All right, so seeing all the board members present, we can reconvene into open session. The board met early, so good evening. This is the meeting of the Palo Alto Unified School District Board of Trustees. Today is Tuesday, June 23rd, and the time is 6:30 p.m. The board met earlier in closed session and took no reportable action. A couple of housekeeping items before we begin, since virtual meetings are still relatively new to us. If you wish to comment on an item, when we get to that item, please raise your hand electronically. You can do that by either clicking on the raised hand icon in Zoom or pressing *9 if you are calling in by phone. We've started using the practice where we ask people to get their hands raised on an item before the first person is done speaking. We've been doing that because we use the number of speakers to determine how much time each speaker is allotted. So we'll note everyone in the queue when the first person is finished speaking, reset the time limit if needed, and then take it from there. Finally, because we're not all together, we'll be doing roll call votes on all items. And as the board secretary, Dr. Austin will do the honors on that as he's been doing. Okay, so that's our housekeeping. Our first item is to approve the agenda. Is there a motion?
I move to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
All right, moved by Mr. Durrock, seconded by Ms. Baton Caswell. Dr. Austin, can you take the vote?
Absolutely. Ms. DiBrienza.
Aye.
Ms. Baton Caswell.
Aye.
Mr. Dauber.
Aye.
Mr. Drop.
Aye.
Mr. Collins.
I also vote aye. So the agenda order is approved. And the first item on our agenda is item 2A, Superintendent's Report. Dr. Austin.
All right. This will be a little, I don't know, unconventional, but I've been asked quite a bit lately for my personal values around this whole concept of reopening. And we have an item on reopening that's actually agendized and coming up later, but this is more just a story that I was reminded of today when I went over to Pali just to watch the joy in our kids' faces during swim practice. I heard it when I showed up here this morning, and I wanted to make sure our coaches were implementing our spacing the way that we had asked them to, and just see some students on campus, and it was awesome. And it just reminded me of some things. And so if you want my value, this is the best way I can describe it, as through a quick story. As a 24-year-old second-year teacher at Sunnymead Middle School in Moreno Valley, I looked around and noticed we didn't have any sports in the school, but the kids loved basketball. And the private schools around us had basketball and other athletic leagues. So I asked our principal, Nancy Ross, if I could start something for our kids. And I coached her two sons, Theo and Brandon. They were on the football team at the high school I coached at after I was done teaching each day. And a bunch of what I'd call the grumpier teachers said to make sure, kid, that you get a stipend. And I said, of course. And I went home and pulled out a dictionary for our younger viewers. I'll explain to you later what a dictionary is. And I looked up the word stipend because I'd never heard it before. It wasn't in my upbringing, this concept. And I saw what it was, but I didn't even bother asking. So there was no stipend involved, but I did fundraise every day with a couple of my buddies and the kids. And we ended up getting the money for, transportation, uniforms. I had two other teachers who volunteered to referee all of our games. We bought them jerseys and pretended like they were real referees. No one else knew. And we had this boys and girls team, and we put it together, and it was awesome. But you just had a handful of games. You had 10 or 12 games in a season. So one day I went outside, and it was the day of a game, and it started raining. Now, Moreno Valley is not Palo Alto, so Moreno Valley didn't have indoor beautiful gyms like we have. It's an outdoor basketball court with a big overhang that covered the court, but was clearly outside. So as it rained, the water started to seep onto the court, and a bunch of the same grumpy teachers came over and told me to cancel the game. But, that wasn't me. I'm 24 years old, and I knew what it meant for these kids to play in these games that didn't have anything else. So I grabbed the big push broom and started sweeping the water off. And another person walked by and kind of jokingly said, kitty litter absorbs water. I was like, huh. Okay. So during my conference period, I drove over to the Stater Brothers, picked up a whole ton of kitty litter, and came back, and I started putting the kitty litter around the court to absorb the water to keep it from coming on. And so during this time, here comes the rain, the kitty litter absorbs. I have to scoop it out, put it in the trash can, put down more kitty litter. And the court stayed relatively dry, but people are laughing, the kids are laughing and watching. The staff is watching this too. But about an hour before the game was really time to gear up, the skies just flat out opened up, pouring down rain. And the kitty litter is washed all over the court. It's a mess. The court just got swallowed up in water. And I look over, there's the same grumpy guys over in the corner, and they're laughing and, hey, told you so, kid. But I pulled our team over to the side and said, look, we didn't lose on this one. You should never quit on things that matter until every option is exhausted. Was it over the top that is running around and broom and a shovel and kitty litter and doing all that stuff? Yeah, maybe. But told him if we don't get it done, it can't be because we didn't try. So I don't know if we're going to call them beliefs or values or experience, whatever. I was thinking about this today, though. This is my 22nd year that I've been in a position of opening a school or school district from the level of principal on up. So between being a principal, assistant superintendent, this will be year 22 in those roles. And this is going to be, without question, the most challenging. But we're going to open. And I don't know what it's going to look like yet. We'll talk about that later when we get down to the agendized item. But, people want to know what values or beliefs you have. All I could think about today is sometimes you need a guy with a broom fighting the rain and exhausting those things. We took one of only 8 semesters away from kids in high school. And if we don't open in the fall, it's going to be because we can't, or that it's just not the right thing to do. But I don't ever want us to lose sight of the fact that that's 1 of 8 that they get in an entire career. And for some of those kids, that will be 2 of 8 that they will have lost if we can't get this done. So that's a value. And I'll stop there because we have a more technical report later I really want to get to, but yeah, that's where I'm coming from. That's my belief. So for anyone who needed to hear that, that's the best I've got. So onto the agenda.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that opening monologue. That was pretty good. Next up is open forum. Anyone wishing to address the board on a non-agendized item may do so at this time. We encourage you to send written comments to us, if you like, at board@pausd.org, board@pausd.org. And the board members certainly read their emails. So if people can raise their hands now, so we can get an initial count of how many people will be speaking in open forum, that will be helpful. And I'll wait a beat as then we watch the ticker go up. All right, so we have over 20. So each person will receive 1 minute. So if you've prepared comments, make sure you get yourself ready so that you've got 1 minute. And what'll happen is that I'll call the speakers, and Derek, who is hosting the meeting, will unmute you. You'll get an unmute message on your screen, and then you unmute yourself and you can go ahead and start talking right away. I'll run a timer here. When the timer goes off, you'll hear the buzzer. And when you hear that, please try to wrap up promptly so we can give everybody the right amount of time. All right, first up is Tom, just one name. And then next is Catherine Jordan. Tom, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Tom. I'm a 4th grade teacher. I'm in my 11th year, going into my 11th year, and I'm a Palo Alto resident. I'm going to talk super fast. I can't wait to see my students this fall. and I'm here to offer solutions, because solutions are what are really required here. An A/B option with online students is going to be the best way, I think, to offer the best education for elementary students. Smaller classes are going to make it so much easier for us to manage the distancing and cleaning required for reopening. And students are going to arrive with unknown social, emotional, and academic needs, and a smaller class size is going to help us with that. Most of all, students are really going to need to reconnect with their teacher and their school, because in elementary school, learning can't happen until the student's social emotional needs are met. This is arguably the core of our work. I'm anticipating some people are going to be worried about instructional minutes. The fact is, a classroom full of 24 students with plastic dividers, we're going to lose so much time dealing with distancing issues, hand washing, trying to keep them all sitting in one place for an entire school day. The fact is,
I apologize, that
students
minute went
need,
by fast. Can you wrap up?
Yep, students need a supercharged small group learning environment. We can do this. Superintendent Austin has this amazing network of superintendents throughout the state, and he regularly tags State Superintendent Thurmond on Twitter. So clearly, we can leverage this great network. Just tell the state what we're going to do, and let's do it. Let's do something really great. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, next up is Catherine Jordan, followed by Jade Chow.
Thank you. The language in the Palo Alto Unified parcel tax argument talks about allowing Palo Alto Unified to preserve excellence in academic programs, including science, engineering, math, reading, writing, and so forth. It's hard to preserve excellence in these academic programs listed by planning to provide less than 40% of instruction, pre-COVID instruction, for middle school and high school students. We'd like to congratulate and celebrate Dublin Unified for serving its students by planning to offer synchronous live instruction as well as asynchronous instruction to its students. We also want to congratulate Los Gatos High School, Saratoga High School, Campbell Union High School, Beverly Hills High School, and others for providing synchronous and asynchronous instruction during this past spring, which serves students through all COVID-19 contingencies, which may occur, as well as student health contingencies. And we encourage Palo Alto Unified to do the same in addition to in-person instruction. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Jade Chow, followed by D Messenger. Oh, looks like we had a little change there. Derek, did you?
Sorry, Mr. Collins. Mrs. Chow is unable to join on the speaker mode.
Okay. Can we go then to Ms. Messenger, followed by Nana Chancellor?
Sure.
Good evening. I'm Deanna Messenger, and I teach visual art at Gunn High School. I've taught an award-winning drawing and painting program for over 20 years. Recently, I wrote to Dr. Austin and the board regarding a possible addition to the Memorandum of Understanding for this coming year's contract. And rather than feeling heard and understood, I was given a patronizing response and my concern dismissed. I was told it wasn't appropriate to bring this to the board's attention and that I should have taken it to site level when it's a district level concern. Rather than being left feeling marginalized, I was encouraged by my fellow teachers to bring this to your attention, indicating that this has been a pattern of communication toward teachers. Since we are the experts in the classroom that the board was elected to oversee, I hope this pattern of communication will graciously be examined and resolved to be more inclusive of our opinions, especially when not in agreement. I would like to close with thanking Karen Hendricks for her thoughtful and professional response regarding the very same concern, using so many different words that kept the communication positive and open. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. It looks like Ms. Chow is not going to be able to. Ms. Chow is not going to be able to join us. She has just sent me a message. Let me figure out if I can read her message later, but let's keep going. So next will be Nana Chancellor, followed by Jacqueline Petty.
Hi, my family appreciates that you passed a strong resolution denouncing racism and acknowledging the need to do more in support of our Black families. While the resolution is a step in the right direction of acknowledging the issue and stating the intention to make it a priority, it does not include any action items, which we were told at the time are for staff to construct. I had hoped that some discussion would have been included in today's agenda. I would like to know when we can expect this priority item to be included and ask that some clear action steps are shared prior to the start of the new school year. As one of the courageous speakers stated at the Palo Alto Juneteenth event, what are you going to do after today? Because if all you're going to do is wave a sign at a rally, it's better that you just stay home and not get our hopes up. So my question to you is similar. What are you going to do now that this resolution has been waved in the air? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jacqueline Petty, followed by Nancy Kropp.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jacqueline, and I'm a fourth grade teacher at Juana Brianna's. I want to return to the A and B model that had some prominent votes when the surveys first came back, and I believe it had about 50% or more positive votes. Being that this model would represent an A and B group and allow core subjects such as math and reading and writing to be taught, our class size would be half as big, and we're able to put both our students' safety and education first. It benefits our student safety because of the ability to honor social distancing guidelines, and looking at the quality of education we want our students to receive, we would better be able to serve our students and close gaps for our students by being able to work one-on-one and in small groups. Further, this will make for it to be much more manageable for education specialists who work with our students who have special needs. To quote part of Don Austin's tweet yesterday, students who missed a better part of the semester need a way back. I agree. I truly think that this could be their way back. Now, I understand there's a predicament with childcare, but why do our students who say are in group A and finish at 11 a.m. need to leave and go home? For the remaining hours of school.
Jacqueline, sorry to cut you off, but could you wrap up?
Sure. Why can't they go to somewhere else on campus and have additional study hall time or work one-on-one with aides or teachers, and then also be working on their social studies and science work that they'd be doing at home anyways? Now, this does not disregard the students and staff that need to be remote. I feel an additional distance learning option should be provided for those as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm understanding from Ms. Baden Caswell that she's having trouble hearing. Maybe we want to wait a second and see if she can fix her. Derek, are you in contact with her?
Yes, I am, Mr. Collins.
Is there a way to address her audio problem?
We're currently working on it.
Okay, should we wait? Sorry, everybody, we just want to wait a second while we make sure all the board members can hear the comments.
And Mr. Collins, she's going to try to disconnect and
Okay.
join the meeting again.
Yeah, apologize to all. We're going to just wait a second. Ms. Baden Caswell is going to drop off and then rejoin the meeting. Is that better, Ms. Baden Caswell? Maybe not. Derek, another option, of course, is that she can phone in. Sorry, audience members, and especially Nancy Kropp, who you're the next person up, but please bear with us a moment so we can make sure she can hear. Derek, is she dialing in? Is that what's happening?
Yes, I believe she's dialing in now.
Okay. So audience members, give us just a few more seconds while we make sure that all the board members can hear your comments. Sorry for the delay.
Liz is working very hard. She looks very serious.
Yeah, she does. Sorry if you're just joining, we're having a technical difficulty. We're just hopefully just going to be another few seconds and we'll be able to get going again with open forum. Any luck there, Derek? You know what the situation is?
So Ms. Baden Caswell just out as an attendee. So give me
Okay.
a second and I will merge it together here.
Okay, great. You can promote her. That'd be great. Melissa, you can hear now? You're on mute, but we see your mouth moving, so I think that means yes.
Can you hear me?
We can. Yeah. Okay, so Melissa, yes, we heard you, and you can hear us? Just give me a thumbs up. Okay. All right, so sorry about the delay, everybody. I think we're back. All the board members can hear now. So let's continue with Nancy Kropp, followed by Rachel Gibson.
Hi, good evening. This is Nancy Kropp, and I am the advocacy consultant for the Palo Alto PTA Council. And today we delivered a joint statement from our outgoing and incoming executive boards, where we proudly join the national and state PTAs in strongly supporting the United States Supreme Court decision on DACA. Back in 2017, we passed a resolution affirming our support for all our students and families, regardless of immigration status. This court decision allows our children to once again focus on their future, free from stress and uncertainty. We want to take this time to fully support your board and policies on education equity, prohibition of discrimination, sorry, I'm trying to talk so fast, Safe Place to Learn Act, and student protections regarding to immigration. Historically, we reached out through jointly hosted forums with the school district, and we would like to continue those forums with the School District Equity Office on Student Affairs. Our other recommendation is a joint committee made up of district leadership, the PTA and community partners to represent the voices of our undocumented families. Now more than ever, we need to renew this commitment and have a fresh pair of eyes and a firm resolve so all our children and their families feel safe and secure. Thank you, and sorry I ran over.
Thank you, Nancy. All right, next up is Rachel Gibson, followed by, there's only one name, Kotari.
Thank you. In light of the decision to eliminate the sustainability manager position, earlier today, Jocelyn Levy and I sent members of the board, Dr. Austin and Ms. Chow, a letter asking for a number of commitments from all of you to ensure the continued success of the sustainability program, to ensure that the district achieves its energy conservation, waste management, and food services goals, and to ensure that the district adheres to the PAUSD chemical guidelines. One specific commitment among the many that I want to highlight is our request for mid-year and end-of-year reports to the board by district staff on the status of the sustainability program. I want to express my strong support for those staff members who will be taking on the work of the sustainability program and urge the district leadership to give these staff members the time and support they will need to successfully accomplish these tasks and the others already on their plates. I remain deeply disappointed by the board's decision and concerned about the district's ability to maintain the program in the absence of a dedicated staff person to oversee it. Nonetheless, the sustainability community will do its part to ensure that the district does not lose the significant progress that has been made. We are prepared to work with you to ensure the gains are not lost, even in the challenging years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is just last name Kotari, and then followed by Christina Devine.
Hi there. Thank you, Mr. Collins. This is Nishita Katari. You and I have communicated in the past. And I wanted to thank you for the time. Dr. Austin, you hit the nail on the head in your monologue surreptitiously. You did whatever it took to make sure that kids had a chance at a good basketball game. And that is really what the parents are asking for, that the best possible instruction be given in these uncertain times, which means not doing Khan Academy and giving packets out, but really actual instruction, either in person or live streaming. And I know we'd have to be nimble this way. My daughter really lucked out last year with the Forest team at Green, and so this is a big shout out to them. But I don't know whether we will get lucky every year. And so I really want to make sure that the curriculum that was scheduled for this academic year, for her academic year, will be covered in this 1 year. And I'm uncertain with the way the program's structured right now in the A and B cohorts, whether they will get through a year's worth of curriculum in a understandable manner. And so that's one of the things I really, if you can answer in the latter part of the segment, it would be really good, because we don't want to keep kicking the can down the road. And then Mr. Collins, I really want to thank you for answering my emails. You are the only board member who actually answers these emails. So I would ask the rest of the board members that parents are reaching out to you for reasons. We are just as anxious as you are.
Ms. Kotari, if you could, I appreciate the kind words. If you could wrap up, that would be great.
So just want to say thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Christina Devine, followed by Chris Dunlap. Sorry.
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
We do. We do, yes. Did we lose Ms. Devine? Derek, can we start her over? Is there a technical issue there?
Mr. Collins, she should be allowed to talk.
Okay, so why don't we go on to Mr. Dunlap, and Ms. Devine, we'll come back to you next and see if we can get it to work this time. All right, so Chris Dunlap, and then it'll be followed by Christina Devine.
Great, can you hear me?
We do.
Hello, my name is Chris Dunlap, Program Manager at Dreamcatchers. First, I want to thank the PAUSD School Board and Dr. Austin for your continued direct funding of our program, your in-kind support, and our years of partnership. Dreamcatchers has maintained its core mission during the COVID pandemic while expanding our services and supports. To quote from an end-of-year survey comment from one of our parents, "Thank you for the academic and emotional support that you give our children. You made us feel that we were not alone in these circumstances. We are grateful with all our hearts for the whole Dreamcatchers staff, volunteer tutors, and to all the people whose financial contributions make this program free for our kids. Our attempts to help mitigate the COVID slide for our students naturally bridged into a summer program generously funded by an individual donor. We are excited to be offering 5 young adult summer book clubs, a look ahead program in math, and many other innovative offerings, often partnering with PAUSD high school students in leading and planning. We are confident that our PAUSD partners will continue to work with us as our students continue to grow academically in PAUSD schools and at Dreamcatchers amid the challenging circumstances of this pandemic. Thank you for your support."
Thank you. All right, next up, sorry, I have to stop my timer. Apologies. Next up is Tamara Grayson, followed by Michael Harrison.
Hi, this is Tamara Graykin. Thank you for letting me speak. It's okay. You've never met me.
I apologize, yeah.
That's okay. You've never met me. I respect the difficulty of the decisions that you all are facing. I'm coming to talk to you about just my concerns about the elementary school model. I have 4 children in the district. My youngest child will be repeating 2nd grade this year due to difficulties in getting special education access in the remote learning environment. Under the divider plan or the principal plan, however we are referring to it, my child will be physically incapable of succeeding at school. There is no way with his ADHD that he can sit in a seat for an extended period of time and not just completely lose it in a way that would be disruptive to the entire classroom. I am concerned that when he does get to an emotional frustration point, he goes to the special 9 classroom at Palo Verde. I am concerned that that sort of on-demand special ed help will not be available due to social distancing concerns. And I'm also concerned about the
Drake and
ability.
I need to ask you to wrap up.
I'm concerned about the ability of special ed teachers to push into the classroom and provide support in this partitioned model. I just, there is no way under the current principal plan that a special ed student in elementary school will have a successful year.
Thank you. And anybody, both Ms. Graken and anybody else who gets cut off, I apologize. And you can definitely email your comments to the board. I think that's really appreciated in situations like that where we have a lot of comments. It's hard to take notes. And if you email your comments, it'll be a good chance for us to be able to digest it more effectively. All right, next up, Michael Harrison, followed by Arvind Krishnaswamy.
Hello, can you hear me?
We do.
Great, thanks. I wanted to follow up a little bit with on Nana Chancellor and our equity resolution that passed a couple weeks ago. I wanted to make sure that there are actions or an action plan that's in place to ensure that we follow up with it or continue with it. I know there's a lot of crazy stuff going on right now with the district. We're trying to figure out how to get classes run. But I think it's of utmost importance that we do. I think it's important also that you guys, everybody, teachers have implicit bias training, anti-racist training, and an agenda that includes people of color. You know, it's not just, just white people teaching that type of a program. For me, I kind of look at it as if that'd be like me trying to teach mothering skills to a group of people recognizing how to be a mother. It just doesn't make any sense. So I would definitely need to be, consulting other women and mothers about how to do it. So I think that that's going to be something that's important, that you have faces that look like mine at the table when considering some of those action plans.
Mr. Harrison, I need to ask you to wrap up.
You're killing me, Smalls. All right, cool.
Sorry about that.
All right, that's all I got. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up is Arvind Krishnaswamy, followed by Star Teach Out.
Hello, can you hear me?
We do.
Hi, thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak. I am a parent. I have a student in middle school and high school. I'm also very concerned about COVID because I have people at home who are at high risk. So I'm here to talk about the reopening strategy. All I understand about COVID right now is even the experts don't know what's going on. So if you hear Dr. Fauci, he will tell you that we know very little about this virus and that the next wave in the fall and the winter could be worse. And that's what most experts are predicting. So what I would like to request is we in Palo Alto have a strategy to do 100% distance learning. Because I feel that if kids are in school 2 days out of a week, you will slow down the spread of COVID, but you will not eliminate it. And from an individual point of view, if anybody in my family gets COVID, the high-risk people in our family would be affected. So I would like to request that, for people who want to go in person, sure, you should accommodate them. But as a parent who's concerned, I'm not asking for 24/7 synchronous education, but students who want to stay home should find a way to stay home and still get to do the homework and exams and such. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Star Teach Out, followed by Michelle Yee.
Hello. I want to take 10 seconds of my time to thank Chris Kolar for being such a great service to the district. He's been without fault responsive, kind, and willing to provide more information than requested. So thank you, Chris. My hope is that you'll seize this time to honestly reflect on how the lack of a thoughtful systematic, embedded feedback system for stakeholders reduces our ability to improve. And, you know, this sort of model, I'll send you samples of all of these, but, and I've said some of this before, an annual climate survey to staff and parents, a one-pager, anonymous, easy, looking at our student feedback, making sure that it's adequate. Principal performance reviews. HR has confirmed that teacher and staff feedback is not required for evaluating a principal's strengths and areas of improvement. And this is just not a great system. We need that sort of input to improve. And then same with giving our principals the opportunity to evaluate their district office managers. So anyway, all's not lost. I think we can really do this well. And I hope that, I hope we will. Thank you.
Thank you, Star. Next up is Michelle Yee, and the next one is, I don't know if it looks like C.W. Miron, maybe?
Hi there. Thanks a lot. I'm Michelle. I'm a teacher at Ohlone. Having our K-5 students a school year start with the week of shorter days, gradually increasing in the amount of time each day is a great idea. But I think reopening elementary school is going to be even more overwhelming than a week of shorter days can fix. I think they should be given 2 full weeks of carefully planned half days. These are the least self-regulated children we have in the district. They're going to need time to learn and practice how to do school in a new environment. For example, how do they enter the school? How do they get symptoms checked before they come in? What do they do if they feel sick later? What's the bathroom routine? What do they do if their mask breaks? How do they play while being apart? What if someone doesn't follow the rules? What happens if they don't follow the rules? This cohort of elementary children across the world will never forget this crazy time they're living through right now. With careful planning and time, we can hopefully help them look back with fewer terrible memories and more peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Spot on 1 minute. Very impressive. Next up, C.W. Miron. I hope I'm getting that right. And next, Sarah Wooden Johnson.
My name is Jinwen Myron. This will be my 26 years teaching at Duveneck. I am not in support of the reopening school plans for elementary school as they were presented to us. Elementary teachers are being asked more than what they can possibly be prepared for and feel like we are being set up for failure. We are not afraid of hard work, but we are not superhuman. Teachers are stressed out, but we will do our best. I want to remind everyone that in addition to the real medical concerns for this COVID pandemic and the implications for exposure upon return, also we are all facing significant mental health risks. Teachers are stressed, students are stressed too. The mental health and well-being of your student, all PAUSD staff, parents, and the entire community also must be part of your plan. We must not forget the many years of mental health crisis and response that our families, teachers, and entire community has experienced. The district must adequately plan for and address for heightened mental health concerns as part of your plans to reopen schools. Also, please do not forget what you're asking your student to do.
Ms. Myron, if you can wrap up, that would be great.
From 4 years old in TK to adult in high school, they are being asked to tamp down their fears and dress in PPE for the duration of school day. Primary students will be expected to wear masks. It's something difficult for almost all adults to manage. I don't know the board members and the administration's experience with mask wearing for a long period of time during the course of their typical days. But as the leaders of PAUSD, I challenge you all to display your willingness to publicly wear masks during long period of time here during board meetings to show the entire community, students, and staff that
Thank you, Ms. Myron. Sorry, I have to cut you off. All right, next, Sarah Woodham Johnson, followed by Leah Rusin.
Oh, hi, good evening. Sarah Woodham, 2 kids in the district, Pollyanna Loney. As you consider fall and budgets, I'm very concerned about how the district will be held accountable for the social, emotional, and academic outcomes of families that have been failed by the district for years. In the last few weeks, it's become even more increasingly clear how much destruction of the psyche happens in the lives of Black families in our district, and how tenuous success, academic or social emotional, can be. In mapping out the fall, it's your duty to prioritize the resources to collect and elevate student experiences as they are compromised by events that happen in and out of our classrooms on site or online. Please make sure that you provide for full data collection and analysis around equity, and make sure that interventions and actions are clear, fair, and timely. Our students deserve an equitable education, and we need to see that your budget priorities and stated actions are explicit in that regard. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. All right, next, Leah Rusin, followed by Suzanne Duran, or Doran.
Hi, good evening. I do not envy any of you the hard choices that you have regarding the school district this fall. I encourage you to keep in mind as you make them, not to make this harder, but that you hold the lives of our children and family members in your hands. COVID-19 is still ravaging. It's not over. It's not done with us. I think it's highly likely that at some point during the school year, we will all wind up fully distance learning at home. So I encourage you strongly to put the resources in now during the summer to build a robust online option, not just as an adjunct to what is happening in the classrooms, but a fully vibrant and robust online option so that our children can learn well from their own homes, because I think we're going to wind up there. To that end, also, when you think about the in-class option, please consider which things really need to happen in the classroom. Disaggregate all the goals of the school district and prioritize those things that must happen face-to-face: social emotional, reading, writing, some of the labs for science, and do the rest in an online format. I know this is hard. I hope you will get it right. And I'm encouraging you to read the many letters that have been sent from all the school district community members. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is Suzanne Doran, followed by Scott Sereznak. Suzanne, are you there?
Hello?
We hear you.
Okay, great. So this is Suzanne Dorn. I teach at Green Middle School, and I'm also a Palo Alto resident. And I want to do first of all, thank you to Nishita for the shout out to the forest team. I'm on the forest team, and I swear we didn't plan this, but it works out perfectly with what I wanted to say, because I really want to impress upon folks the time that we took to work together to make this unprecedented time manageable for students and their families. It took a lot of hours and a lot of tears, frankly. So I've been writing lessons and creating differentiated materials for 26 years. And I strongly believe that teachers need a full work day, which I think is being called the Common Learning Day at this point, without the synchronous classes or lessons, because of the need for the time it takes to create, prepare, deliver, and assess high quality instructional materials for students. During the roles phase of distance learning, with collaboration and support with grade alike colleagues, it was essentially 1 hour planning per 1 hour lesson. And then there's the time needed for feedback, follow-up, etc. And as it stands, I just don't know how it would be humanly possible for us to do what children deserve in the time being proposed.
Thank you, Ms. Moran. Next, Scott Sereznak, followed by I've got two names, Chris and Kaylee. Scott, are you there? All right. Derek, why don't we move on to the next one? Chris and Kaylee, followed by Pablo Grodnitsky.
Right now?
We hear you.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm a parent of 2 children in PAUSD. I would like to ask the board to strongly consider moving the classroom outdoors. So to please put forth an outdoor classroom option, particularly for lower elementary. There's a lot of evidence behind this. It's been successfully used in Scandinavia since Easter, and neighboring schools like Synapse will be using this outdoor model. So yeah, outdoors. And then on a separate note, I also support the teacher's request for AM/PM classes to reduce class size. That should be easy for kindergarten. Thanks.
Thank you. I like the birds in the background too. Next is Pablo Grodznicki followed by Julia Simard.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
We do.
Great. Thank you. And thanks for letting me address the board. I have twins at Green Middle School, and I am concerned about the percentage of minutes, or the 40% minutes that of instruction that is that's being discussed. You know, we have recently, or we're on the process of raising our parcel tax from $8.20 to $8.68 this year. In the past 5 years, we've had 7% decline in enrollment, and you know, we're spending over $20,000 per student in the district, which is one of the highest in the state for comparable districts. There should be funds and facilities. I'm not complaining about our tax levels. I'm suggesting that we may be able to optimize our utilization of our funding a little bit better, because I believe that the 40% of the minutes goal or level that we've set ourselves are surely to end up being a lot less because of the remote and streaming content. There are surely will not be 40% productive minutes, and we should see maybe at best 75–80% of that time actually being instructional. I'm really concerned about that, and I think we should strive to emulate some of the districts mentioned earlier by earlier speakers like Dublin and Beverly Hills and some of the other local ones. So we
Mr. Grodznicki, I need to ask you to wrap up.
Right, so that we basically deliver the value that we all moved to this district for and love the district for. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, Julia Simard. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing, followed by Karen Seresnak.
Hi there. Thank you. I was writing with you actually, Mr. Collins, earlier this week. Thank you for your response. I'm an epidemiologist and a mother of 2 elementary school aged children here in the district. And I just wanted to highlight that looking at the survey results that had come out, there were roughly about a quarter to, in some places, nearly 30% of the schools where parents said that they did prefer an online distance learning option for their family. And I just want to highlight that if we do invest, and this is kind of seconding some of what has already been said both by Arvind and by Lee or Leah, I'm sorry if I say that wrong, but if we do invest in this kind of program, and even a significant proportion of the people who suggested that that's what they would prefer take, that would leave room in the classroom to actually be able to have more physical distancing, which is something that we definitely need if we want kids back in the classroom. So I don't know if that's going to be synchronous or asynchronous learning online, whether it's going to be some combination of the two, how much of it's live streaming. I know that we're all just trying to figure this out, just like we as epidemiologists and public health scientists are trying to figure this all out right now too. But this is a great way to make room for students and families who prefer in-class learning, and also protects families like mine that are at high risk and cannot really afford the risk of being in classroom right now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is Karen Seresnak, followed by Madeline Buchler.
Hi, this is Scott. Thanks. Sorry about the technical issues earlier. But I'm one of the pediatric cardiologists, and my wife is a pediatric intensive care nurse at Stanford. And we're also the parents of 3 young children in Palo Alto schools. We've seen and heard firsthand about the disaster that COVID has been in New York, where we're from. And we've been incredibly lucky here so far in the Bay Area. But we had a few questions about this upcoming school year that we'd love for you to address. And number one is, it's our understanding that the schools are likely going to be at regular class sizes and regular enrollments. And with data suggesting that small groups can help mitigate greater spread of the disease, can you explain why you're really thinking about going with this approach and not going with smaller class sizes and a different class size approach? Number two is, the bigger risk is probably not even so much with the kids, for most of the kids, but even for the teachers, the admins, the parents, the custodians. are you doing anything to protect their risk, like frequent cleaning regimens and other things that you can do to mitigate the spread amongst the kids, but also the adults in the schools? And then finally, number three, there's a lot of great leading healthcare providers and policymakers in our community, and especially here locally at Stanford. And are you reaching out to them for advice and consideration for all these decisions, and who you're really involving in these decisions? And I think we should tap into the great resources we have here in Palo Alto and at Stanford. So it seems like we really have one good chance to best protect the kids and our community as a whole, when school starts this fall. And so thanks for considering these questions.
Thank you. Next is Madeline Buechler, followed by Anne Marie Halata. Ms. Buechler, are you there?
Hi.
We
Sorry.
hear you.
Can you hear me?
We do.
This is Catherine Buechler. I'm Maddie's sister. I'm just using her computer, but I'm a 2020 graduate at Palo Alto High School. This past year, I've worked with Alexa Alami to create the RISE Student Task Force. We spent the first semester of 2019 to 2020 school year pushing to improve sexual assault and harassment prevention education. On December 10th, Alexa and I presented our work to the PAUSD board, and the PAUSD board expressed wholehearted support for our 4 40-minute long lessons designed by Anea Bogue. In February of 2020, Principal Adam Paulson informed us that only 2 of the 4 lessons would be implemented and that they were going to be optional. This is a demonstration that the Pali administration's negligence, blatant disregard, and lack of follow-through for our student group's hard work around these important issues. When COVID-19 shut down PAUSD schools, the board instead refocused their attention away from the well-being of students and offered no online alternative for consent education lessons.
Is it possible, I'm with Catherine right now, is it possible just to go after her?
It's really not. We need to go in order. If you want to come back in, we can.
Yeah, of course. I'll do that.
Thank you.
No problem.
All right. So next, let's go to Anne Marie Halata, followed by Max Pearson.
Hello, thanks board for your time and for your service. Really appreciate it. I have 4 children in PAUSD ranging from ages 8 to 17 over 3 schools. Today, I really just wanted to focus on the elementary school, and my background is in public health. So I just really want to echo what the other health professionals have said, which is that we cannot eliminate the risk of COVID. That's impossible. All we can do is minimize the risk. And we really need to look at strategies for how we would minimize that risk. As younger children, they're like little petri dishes, right? So they're less mature, their hand washing is not as good, the masks are to be difficult to wear. So this really sets them apart from our older students, which can take on some of this responsibility. My understanding is that there's a teachers task force with 2 teachers from each elementary school that have been discussing some plans. And I would really like for their ideas and consideration be taken into consideration. Also, for us to be following the county guidelines, which are talking about these cohorts of 12. We've already started doing that in our high school with our sports that have already started up. So I think the CCS, which is the governing body for sports for our high schools, Pali and Gunn, is already starting using these guidelines, thinking of cohorts of 12 students, sticking within that same cohort. I think there's a lot of possibilities and some great ideas around this, and I really hope that you would consider it. And I see I've gone over my time, so just wanted to ask you to consider this for the safety of our students and our teachers especially. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Max Pearson, followed by Christina Devine.
Hello?
We hear you.
All right. Hello, my name is Max Pearson. I'm a recent Pali graduate and a RISE Student Task Force member. As both of those things, I've been very disappointed with PAUSD's handling of sexual assault cases in our district and education on the subject as well. Despite having constant discussions with the district on how we as students believe that we could help teach sexual assault and harassment prevention education, our attempts were consistently belittled. As previously stated by Catherine, the only lessons that were being implemented were optional, and PAUSD has made no attempts to provide substitutes during quarantine. We just recently found out that Gun has undergone a version of sexual assault and harassment lessons, but after hearing just a quick summary of these lessons, we, I think understandably, have a lot of questions. Our first and most important problem with these lessons is that it doesn't seem like they ran the questions by anyone or thought about how they would hypothetically affect survivors of sexual assault. These lessons directly asked students problematic questions such as discuss whether you've ever been assaulted and discuss in small groups about a time when your consent was violated. Another question that arose from these lessons is why didn't Pally receive anything of a similar nature? Obviously, we wouldn't want lessons with terribly planned questions like the ones that were used at Gun. But if we were advocating for education on this topic all year, why couldn't our district do the bare minimum for once? Without major change to how we educate our students on sexual assault and harassment, we're just going to keep having rapists and sexual assaulters coming through and representing this clearly flawed school district.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Next is Christina Devine, followed by Michelle Higgins.
Hi, this is Christina Devine. Can you hear me?
We do.
Great, take two. Okay, so I'm a mother of a rising third grader at Juana Briones Elementary School, and I'm also a physician for Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. This is my first time speaking to the Palo Alto School Board. My job as a physician for the county has been to provide medical care for the incarcerated inmates at the county's jail. I have been seeing patients in person there for the entirety of the COVID crisis. I'm speaking today because I am deeply troubled by the letter that was sent out with the proposal for reopening of the elementary school this fall using a plexiglass divider to put children closer together. I am extremely familiar with the difficulties of balancing work and family life. Let me be very clear. The plan to use a plastic divider to squish children into a classroom closer than the current 6 feet apart mandate is a huge risk for transmission of COVID-19 and goes contrary to every recommendation put forward by the County of Santa Clara, the CDC, and the State of California's Superintendent's recommendation for safety. I do not understand how anyone with a medical background or public health background would think that this would be appropriate for reopening schools. I strongly encourage you to reconsider what your current plan is.
Thank you. Next, Michelle Higgins, followed by Paul Grayland.
Hello, can you hear me?
We do.
Okay, hi. This is Michelle Higgins. I'd first like to acknowledge the courageous graduates of Palo Alto Schools who stood up on Friday to speak at the Juneteenth rally about their experiences of racism in our schools and community. The fact that there was great overlap in the experiences of students who graduated 30 plus years ago and students who graduated just a few weeks ago is telling and should trouble us all. Just as COVID is a public health problem, so is racism. I'd like to highlight a few of the disturbing comments in the Palo Alto Weekly article that demonstrate a disturbing lack of understanding, a great deal of ignorance. I'll start with a Pali student. He identifies as a Pali student from Old Palo Alto and really asks, what are our schools going to do about these attitudes? He or she says, can't breathe because of discrimination at Pali. Absolute nonsense. Don't make things up for publicity. We both know that kind of thing doesn't happen here at our school, whose reputation you are destroying for your personal gain. Just like the scam bit Black Lives Matter, creating a mountain from a molehill. What did they do besides stirring up anger and violence? That's one. We have resident Midtown. Systemic racism is a myth that ended several decades ago, and Black people have been thriving. Then we have Jennifer from another community. Quit resisting arrest, problem solved. That's just a few of the comments, and there's many more that are really very upsetting. I'd ask the community to please watch the video on YouTube of the students and just take the time to really listen and think about what they have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is Paul Grayland, followed by Ellison Rosen.
Hi, can you hear me?
We do.
Yes, Paul Grayland here. I am a 15-year veteran art teacher at Green Middle School here in Palo Alto. I'd like to stand in solidarity with my elementary school faculty teaching colleagues. I think that they're being asked to do the impossible in impossible circumstances. We really need to consider the safety of everyone involved, and that includes the teachers, the staff, and family members of all people who are working with our kids. Trying to get more kids into the classroom at this point is very risky. I think we need to frame all of our discussions about trying to do what's best for our kids. We want to do the best possible job we can for our kids. It was very challenging in the end of the last spring to do that, but we really, really did the best we could. And if this year we plan to do this as far ahead as we can, it's going to be the best that we can do to do a distance learning option. Being back in school is an invitation to disaster. This virus is not going away. It's rising again. It's going to get worse. And if we continue to court a spread in the school environment, we will regret it. I think we need to focus on distance learning until we get through this situation. The situation is not normal.
Mr. Grayling, can you wrap up?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate your taking the time to listen. I want to just stress again how important I think it is that we keep our kids and our entire community safe. And we would do that with full distance learning. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is Allison Rosen, followed by Alexa Alami.
I just want to do a shout out to Mr. Grayling, awesome, inspiring art teacher. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to talk about assessment. That's my thing. So we sent families a survey of the experiences of the rising 6th and 7th grade placement tests. So these placement tests for math, and we received 31 responses, roughly half from each grade. And so I keep pointing out over the years problems with math placement tests. So I asked a few very basic questions. Did your child have sufficient time to finish and check their answers? 52% of these people said no. Did technology problems interfere with performing well? 26% of them said yes. In one case, we had a child with accommodations who sat for an hour in a room trying to get into the Zoom room and finally freaked out after an hour and got their parents and then raced through the test. So, I mean, these placement tests are not standardized. NWEA MAP tests, CAF tests are not timed. This is a serious problem, the way they develop their own tests. They should not be timed at the very least. And they should at least let parents have the right to advocate for their children.
Ms. Rosen, I have to ask you to wrap up.
Problems. Yes, so please just do the NWEA MAP test or don't time the tests. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, next we're going to do Alexa Alami, followed by Linda Hennigan. Alexa, are you there? Alexa? All right, let's move on to Linda Hennigan, and then we can come back to Alexa if she's still on. Linda Hennigan? Linda? All right, Derek, let's try John Zeitlin. John, are you there?
Hi, yeah, I'm a parent of 2 rising 5th graders and a rising freshman at Gunn. And I think I've been listening to the elementary suggestions, and the current plan seems a little destructive of pedagogy, like you heard from some of our wonderful teachers, and also dangerous. And I think you could do 2 and 2 with 4 days of live instruction and just simulcast it. So, you got kids, like my kids would get 4 days a week of live instruction, 4 different sets of lessons, but they're only in school for half that time. And people who want distance learning can just stay at home. And then on the high school, our biggest concern is social life with an incoming freshman. We love to see online or safe versions of sports, small learning community, which our child is supposed to be in 9th grade, and anything else that can be retained for that high school experience, and it's done in a safe way. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go back and try the people we couldn't get. Alexa Alami. Oh, looks like we had one sneak in that I didn't know. Alana Williamson.
I might have accidentally hit chat, but I don't
Okay.
actually have a statement right now other than I second and appreciate all of the motions that have been put forward today for alternate arrangements for virtual learning combinations and things like that. Thank you.
Sorry to cold call you. Okay, we'll try Alexa Alami one more time, followed by Linda Hennigan.
Hi, can you hear me?
We do.
Okay, great. So to reinforce what RISE members Catherine Beekler and Max Pearson said, seeing as sexual harassment and assault are endemic across all sectors of society, this is unacceptable. In a display of negligence, Adam Paulson denied the request of
Alexa, I think your mic got knocked off. I think we lost you.
Oh, you did?
Now we got you. Go ahead.
So in a display of negligence, Adam Paulson denied the request of PALI students. As you know, I conducted a survey the spring of my junior year regarding PALI's sexual harassment and assault prevention, the key takeaways being that there's a desire for more information on relationship abuse, intimate partner violence, Title IX information, a need to address the joking around the topic of rape from both perspectives. Why do kids think it's okay to joke about it and why do they? A request for small group discussions versus assemblies and some interest in looking at the harassment that boys endure. So again, I reiterate what Catherine and Max Pearson said and propose a board resolution to ensure that these lessons are implemented in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's try Linda Hennigan again, followed by Jade Chow.
All right, hello, can you hear me this time?
We do.
All right, this is Linda Hennigan. I'm a parent and a staff member at Duveneck. I saw that Superintendent Dawn Austin tweeted that people are emailing him, telling him what won't work. And he indicated that he plans to find a way to get kids back in school. And I can assure you that parents share his goal. And I can attest that I and fellow Duveneck parents emailed him ideas that would work. So he was not flooded only with ideas that would not work. You have heard from a lot of parents tonight that full elementary classes feel extremely unsafe, but smaller groups might work. So I urge you to keep your options open. Don't get stuck in an all or nothing situation that will set us back if the kids get sick when they're all in the class together. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Edith Cohen, followed by Jade Chow, and Jade will be the last speaker.
Okay, can you hear me?
We do.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I just wanted to echo Alison's concern about the mass placement process that was rolled up on our rising 6th and 7th graders last week. This is a really important decision for the children's learning opportunities and how they perceive themselves. And it's really important that it's done correctly, taking multiple objective points into account. And repeatedly, our districts have been doing a horrible job of it. So what happened this year was that tests were initially postponed to August. And then at a 2-week notice, the kids were told that they'll be tested via Zoom and Schoology in a 1-hour test in June. And the students that hoped to learn over the summer got derailed. And this after 3 months at schools where they got no instruction at all. And then during the test, many students had technical and timing issue and struggled with the unfamiliar format. These are like 5th and 6th graders. And there is a science and there is ethics behind how to do assessments. And PAUSD is repeatedly violating it. And it's just not a proper way to make such an important decision. And ours,
can I ask you to wrap up?
Yes, so we have too much spread to have these very narrow options. And now in a pandemic, it's just completely senseless to bring kids to school and put them in courses that are just not appropriate for them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and then the last speaker will be Jade Chow. We'll try Jade again. Jade, are you there? Jade, we can hear your tone, but we don't hear your voice. Jade, any luck? I'll give it another second.
Can you guys hear me?
Now we
Hello?
do.
Hello?
Yay.
Ooh,
Yeah.
yay. Okay, so awesome. Thank you so much. Hi, good evening. My name is Jade Chow. I am the Palo Alto PTA Council President for one more week. I'd like to echo what Nancy Croft has said on DACA. I would especially like to give a shout out to our many PTA volunteers from every school who have contributed in so many ways. We could not be where we are without the collective work of the district leadership and district staff in every department. And lastly, I want to express our gratitude in working with Dr. Don Austin and his team for the past 2 years and our strong partnerships with PI, PAEA, CSEA, and all the 17 PTAs. I know you will enjoy working with our incoming Council President, Christina Schmidt. Thank you, board members, and Board President Todd Collins. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jade. And I know I speak for all of us when we say we appreciate your service. I see Mr. Dauber has his hand up. Go ahead, Mr. Dauber.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. I just wanted to note that the students who spoke to the from the RISE task force on the issues of sexual harassment, there's an agenda item coming up on the Title IX report that while we can't respond or discuss in open forum, we can discuss on that agenda item if they can stick around for that.
Right, or come back. Sticking around if you want, but feel free to come back at probably 9:30 or 10, because I think it's one of the last items on the agenda. But yes, that would be great. There will be a chance to discuss that on the information item at the end. I do want to thank everyone who spoke. I apologize for the draconian 1 minute, which is for our bylaws, but we really appreciate everyone. I mean, there's a lot going on in the world. There's a lot going on in our community, and there's a lot to talk about. So we appreciate the consistent engagement from everybody. So thank you. Okay, we're moving on then to item 4, which is our consent calendar. These items are considered routine and will be approved in one action without discussion. If a member of the public wishes to comment on any consent item, or if a board member would like to pull an item from consent, we'll consider it under action items. So is there a movement? Let's take a motion to approve the consent calendar, and then if there are changes, oh no, let's take the changes first, then we can move the appropriate changes. I see Mr. Dauber, you probably have your hand up from before, so I'm guessing Ms. Bacon-Caswell is next.
I would like to pull item 4 RS&T.
RS&T, annual student physical and mental health needs, counseling, Cassie contract elementary, and Cassie contract secondary. Okay, any other items, or if not, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, moved by Ms. Bacon-Caswell, seconded by Mr. Durop. Dr. Austin, can you take the vote?
Ms. DeBranza?
Aye.
Ms. Bacon-Caswell?
Aye.
Mr. Dauber?
Aye.
Drop? Aye. Mr. Collins?
Aye. Okay, so the consent calendar passes unanimously, and we'll move immediately to consider items 4 RS&T. Ms. Bacon-Caswell, can we consider them as a group, or are there separate things to discuss on them?
I think it might be just as easy to consider them as a group.
All right, please go ahead.
So, you know, I looked at these items last year and asked for us to do a report on how we felt the counseling services, whether we thought the services were adequate, whether we thought they were good, a review of them. And this year, the review came on the consent calendar with the contract for next year. And I'd like to ask a few questions. I'd like to just talk about it for a minute. One thing that struck me when I took a look through the report is the dramatic increase in number of wellness visits that our kids are making or have made over the past year. And it's not just since shelter in place. And I asked this question earlier and got somewhat of a response, but I was wondering if there's any staff members here that could talk to that question.
I have Assistant Superintendent Ms. Conway, who is on as a panelist, if she can be our spokesperson.
And I'll just be specific. There are several items that are twice as many visits as last year. And so that seems so dramatic that it seems different than us just promoting wellness services in a better way.
I see Ms. Conway is on and unmuted, so she can go ahead and take it.
Yes, thank you for the question, Melissa. I do think our primary reason is that we are breaking through some barriers related to students' willingness and openness to seek out help and support. So I would say that that's probably the primary reason, because we have, I believe at this point, institutionalized our supports around mental health. So I believe that situation is really impactful in terms of the kids who are actually seeking help. That does not mean, though, necessarily that we might not see an uptick in stress and other parameters that might increase the number of students who are actually seeking help. But without any specific, kind of metrics around that, that would be hard to tell at this time. And I do believe that we have Miriam on the line, so we can probably get a little more specific about that if you're really interested in hearing more details. But I think at this point, from my seat, I think it's a positive thing that we're seeing an increase in students actually seeking out help, for these particular concerns.
So, so I saw, I feel like we need to have a further conversation on this. The Panorama and California Healthy Kids surveys showed that our kids actually were showing less connection to school. And then this information shows on almost every area, there's been a dramatic rise, in many areas double, just since the beginning of the year, just over this past year. And that dramatic rise was before shelter in place. I'm concerned that something else is going on and we're not aware of it. We don't understand it. And I'd like to know how we're going to drill into it going forward.
I agree with you. I think, some of the questions that we've had as well is how do we move the needle on some of the data we've been receiving over the last several years, not just this past data. I think there is an opportunity for us to, kind of delve down into the data and try to identify potential causes and root causes of some of the things that we're seeing.
So I'm seeing that we're planning to, we're spending a very large amount on student mental health. If you add it all together, it comes to about $9 million. And so I'm just concerned that I don't know now, based on what you've said, if our student mental health is getting worse or better, or it's the same and they're just coming to see us more. And I would like to understand how we're going to drill into that. One of the things that was in the packet was an analysis of the services we're receiving from Cassie and the service and ACCI as well. And the responses were very positive across the board, but there were only 40 people that were surveyed out of the hundreds of students who've been using those services. So I'm wondering how we're going to get a better handle on this for next year.
Yeah, I think part of what we have to do is have a good strategy for moving forward. We've recognized some of the gaps in terms of our understanding of the data. So I believe moving forward, making sure that we have a plan to dig down into that data a little deeper. That may even mean some additional questioning to make sure that we're understanding pre and post outcomes of any treatment and services that we provide. But I also want to make the point that mental health services is such an individualized type of service. So any metric that we establish on that point may not necessarily yield us the data that we need, but we can certainly get more data to try to understand exactly what issues may be happening in the school environment that may contribute to that. There is a privacy issue we have to attend to as well. So digging down too deeply in students who are receiving services and supports could be somewhat problematic. So, but I do think there is an opportunity there to improve our knowledge on that perspective.
Yeah, I feel like right now, without taking away student privacy, there's just some basic information we should understand better. One of the things in the report was an increase in 504s. And yet we don't have information on what categories are increasing. Is it mental health categories? Is it learning disabilities? If it's learning disabilities, is it in certain areas? I feel like it's hard for us to be successful in addressing these things if we don't understand what the macro issues are and how they're changing.
Right. Well, we absolutely do have the data related to the causes and reasons for our 504 identifications. So that's pretty fairly simple data to pull with some time to provide it, of course.
Ms. Beacon-Caswell, I see Mr. Dauber has his hand up. Can we give him a turn?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Mr.
Yeah,
Dauber.
I want to agree with Ms. Beacon-Caswell that I think it would be helpful to get more insight into what's driving the presumably increase in demand for services. Obviously, it's a good thing to be providing services for students who need it, but it's also important to understand what the underlying causes are. So I would like to see a report, I think at this point in the fall, on that topic. So that we can get an understanding not just about what the need looks like in terms of service demand, but what the underlying factors are. So I appreciate Ms. Beacon-Caswell's digging into that.
Other comments or questions on this?
Do you have one more?
Go ahead.
I'm just wondering from Cassie, what is the profile of the support we're getting from Cassie? Are these therapists? Are these interns? Are they a mix? Do they report up to someone that oversees them? Could you just give me a sense of what that framework looks like?
Yes, thank you for that question. Unlike some of the partners that we've had in the past, Cassie counselors are typically and traditionally licensed mental health professionals. So the level and quality of support, I feel like we have a better chance of getting a higher level of quality and support because of that. That's not to say that, there might not be an intern who fills in or, one or two that are on site. And I think Miriam will be the best to speak to that. And we can get some specific information regarding who's on our list and who actually is certified and have completed all requirements versus those interns. But I will tell you that those individuals who are Cassie counselors are more than likely those who are fully certified counselors, fully licensed counselors.
Dr. Austin, I wonder if we could have a time at a later meeting where we dig into this and we actually have more of the information we're looking for.
Yeah, I don't think that's an issue. I think there's going to be a couple of those topics tonight that might lend itself to a standalone study session or part of our retreat heading into next year.
And I just have another request. When we have hundreds of maybe thousands of kids seeing their counselors, to only have reviews from 40 seems really low. And I wonder if we can have a plan to get some sort of feedback loop going so that we get a higher percentage of kids giving us feedback.
That seems to make sense.
Okay. All right. So these are items that I don't know if they require action. These are one of them is accepting a report. Two of them are contracts. What's the, I presume these need to be acted on, this being the last board meeting of the year.
Yes. Yes.
I see Lana nodding. Yes. All right. So in that case, is there a motion on this? And let's take RS&T together.
I move we approve S&T as stated.
All right, and accept item R. Can we add that too? Thank you.
And accept item R.
Thank you.
Second.
And a second from Mr. Dauber. So motion by Mr. Brienza, second by Mr. Dauber. If there are no more questions or comments.
I have one more comment.
Please go ahead.
Next year, can we get these contracts so that we actually follow the 2-meeting rule on these contracts? I mean, this is millions of dollars. It's sort of upsetting to me when mental health has been such a big issue in our district to just breeze through it in this way. So what I'm asking for there's a commitment that next year we'll get this in advance, not the last meeting again.
Dr. Austin, can you acknowledge that?
I can. Yeah, I certainly wouldn't have a problem with that. Just a reminder that the agenda is set by the board. So I would not want to promise something that the next president may see differently, but I would certainly note that, Ms. Payton-Caswell, and remind everyone of that request.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
and to the extent that that was my fault or oversight, I apologize. I think the events of the spring have made it a little hectic to get these things to the finish line exactly the way we'd like. So, but I agree, large contracts, especially on important issues, definitely deserve 2 meetings if we can get them to them. All right, so we have a motion on the table. Dr. Austin, do you want to take the vote?
Sure, Ms. DiBrienza?
Can you?
Aye.
There you go.
All right, Ms. Payton-Caswell?
Aye.
Mr. Dauber?
Aye.
Mr. Drop?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
And I also vote aye. So R is accepted and S and T are approved. And now we're on to action items. And the first is item 5A, which is the proposed budget for 2021. Dr. Austin.
Okay, we've had this before you.
All right, Dr. Austin, sorry, I should have, for any members of the community who want to speak to this, we'll have public comment after any staff presentation, and I believe there will be a presentation from Ms. Chow. So if you want to raise your hand now or after when Ms. Chow is speaking, please go ahead, and we'll have public comment after staff presentation. Sorry again, Dr. Austin.
No problem. Yes, it's a relatively brief presentation and not unimportant. This is a very important topic, but as a reminder, it's been before the board now several times. But Ms. Chow is going to walk you through a few pieces, and I'm sure we'll highlight a couple areas that we're going to have to wait to get information in the future. So Ms. Chow.
Thank you, Dr. Austin. As was mentioned, this item is being brought to the board for action tonight for approval of the district's budget for the 2021 year. We reviewed this at the last board meeting on June 9th. It was the first read, it was a discussion item. And at that time, we had the opportunity to talk about how the district's budget is impacted by the adoption of the state budget. And until the state budget is adopted, which pretty much always happens after our budget adoption, there are some things, if the state budget from the May revised differs from the actual adoption, can impact our budget. So I wanted to walk through where we are right now with the state budget, just to give you an update. Both houses of the legislature passed the state budget by the June 15th deadline. Then it went straight to the governor's desk, and now it's moving towards a final vote. So here's where we're currently at. Yesterday on June 22nd, the governor and the legislative leaders announced that a budget agreement had been reached. By yesterday afternoon, trailer bill language was released and is currently being reviewed and interpreted. And votes on the budget are expected on Friday. So that's how rapidly things are moving at the state level. And because the state budget is still evolving, there is quite a bit that we and our partners in education in Sacramento still don't know for certain at this point. What I would like to do is share with you some of the highlights that we do know. So related to the LCFF, the local control funding formula, it was neither cut at the 10% proposed in the May revise or increased by the 2.31% COLA. So effectively, it's a zero inflation factor on the LCFF funding. Deferrals. Deferrals will be enacted if the federal funds do not materialize. So deferrals, significant deferrals in the amount of $8.6 billion will be enacted in the 2021 year, which is up from $5.4 billion that was proposed in the May revise. So the current budget that's on the governor's desk right now does have more deferrals, and that is because of the fact that, as you may remember, the balancing the budget under the governor's plan and the May revise called for reductions. And the plan from the legislature relies more on deferrals. So that's why we have a bigger number right now. Another area of key interest in the budget is the learning loss mitigation funding. This is based on additional federal funds from the CARES Act, and the amount in the budget is estimated at $5.3 billion. So this is also up a bit from the May revise. Those funds would be allocated on 3 different categories. The first category would be supplemental and concentration grant allocations from the LCFF, the special ed enrollment in the district, and then the general LCFF allocation. So those funds, should they materialize, would be allocated in those 3 areas. Another area of importance in the state budget is the STRS and PERS rates. What was proposed in the May revise was a reduction for 2 years. What is in the budget right now is keeping the 1920 rate in statute as opposed to reducing from the May revised proposal. So that would mean a bit of an increase. We were thinking as a district, we would see a reduction in those expenditures. And we built those into the budget because that was in the May revise, and that is our resource for our budget development. So we may see a change in that expenditure level. And staffing protections were also discussed in the budget in terms of layoff protections for certificated and classified staff. As you may remember, when the COLA is below 2%, it opens up a layoff window in August. And as we mentioned earlier, that's essentially a zero COLA because of the fact that the COLA was not enacted in the LCFF. So that is a wrap up of where we are in the state budget. The state budget should be approved on Friday, allowing it to go forward and be have final approval by the June 30th deadline. What happens after that is the trailer bills get approved and further distilled, if you will, as to the actual impacts and implications to school districts in the various areas that are touched by the budget. So that'll be our next steps in terms of, some of the things we'll have a key focus on are the STRS and PERS. And what those rates will look like, as well as the learning loss mitigation funds and what those care fund allocations might look like for us. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll take public comment then, and then board member comments and questions. So anyone who wants to speak to this item, you should either press raise hand on Zoom, or if you're dialed in, you can, on your phone, you can press *9. And I'll wait another beat, not seeing any comments on this. Oh, there's one. All right, there's 2. All right, so it looks like we'll have a limited number, so it'll be 3 minutes for each person. And the first is Star Teach Out, followed by Betty Loomis.
Hi, I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but I'm just curious about the CTEIL position, whether that is going to be reduced or not. And then secondly, I've heard from several teachers that they've never been surveyed as a group on their feelings about what things could be reduced and where their values lie in that reduction. So just wondering if you have any intention of including teachers on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Austin, do you want to respond to, or Ms. Chow, do you want to respond to that? The first question was, is there the reduction of CTEIL release time in the budget?
Yes, the reduction is in the budget.
Okay. And I think the second was, is there any plan to survey teachers on their concepts or values of what they thought, either budget priorities or operational improvement.
No, in this particular case, this was not a large scale budget reduction process like you've had in the past, where you've had 18 months or more leadway. So in this case, no, that was not the case. If things go poorly in the future, especially the combination of Coverly, and we could be facing something with parcel tax, that would be different. That would be a larger scale effort. We would reach out and have task force with larger stakeholder groups.
Thank you. All right, the last speaker is Betty, or I hope it's Betty Loomis.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me?
We do.
Hi, so hopefully I didn't raise my hand at the wrong time, but I wanted to speak to the mental health contracts. And I wanted to, I wasn't really prepared, but so bear with me. I am a mother of 2 students who attend Glenn. One of them is a graduate student and the other is an incoming sophomore. And I wanted to just speak from my heart and tell you that the CATSI counselors are probably the most trained counselors that my children have ever needed. They both have had experience with CATSI counselors, and I don't think that if they were to take a survey that they would be able to completely and honestly answer the surveys. And I'm almost 100% sure they didn't even really do the surveys. I didn't ask, but I try not to pressure them. I try to allow them to be individuals. So I don't know if they did or they didn't, but whatever the surveys may be saying about the amount of or the value of the services, I don't know that they can really truly speak to what type of service, how great and how valuable the service is. My daughters would not have been able to, they wouldn't have been able to attend school and learn and deal with the stresses and the things that they have to deal with if not for the wellness centers and the CATSI counselors. And so I just want you to really consider that they're not just numbers, that they're little humans that are living really, really tough times right now. And we as parents, like, I'm so blessed and so grateful to have the services. I never thought that my students or that my daughters would ever need them. I'm so glad that the district provides those services, and I just very grateful. I hope you consider lots more than just the numbers and the data, and that the fact that teenagers have a hard time speaking and telling anybody anything, especially on paper, for fear they may get outed in some way, shape, or form. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. All right, those are the only comments. So we can now go to board member question and comments, and rather than go around, why don't people just raise their hands and we'll just call on people. Or not, as the case may be. Oh, Ms. Bacon-Caswell. Are you, Ms. Bacon-Caswell, does your hand raise function not work? Because I just want to make sure I know where to look.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't have it for a little bit. It was disappeared, but now it's
okay. Back. Okay, that's fine. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just was wondering, Ms. Chow, if you could just talk about if the CARES money doesn't come in, then all those things become deferred, right? What does that mean for us?
So that's a very good question. So the deferrals have to do with the state money. So the state money, because we are a basic aid district or community funded district, is not, we're not as heavily impacted by the deferrals as if we would be receiving a state apportionment for our LCFF funds. So the deferrals are not that impactful to us. We're very fortunate in that regard. if the federal stimulus money does not come in, we simply would not be receiving those funds or have the ability to use them to offset expenditures that they're allowed to be used for.
So for us, that would mean that some amount of money we would pull out of reserves so that we could continue those expenses because they're in our budget.
We do have some funds set aside in a COVID-19 contingency. So if we exceed those funds and we don't receive federal money, then yes, we would have to look at alternate sources of funds, such as the reserves, to support those programs.
Okay, but we're talking about, in the scheme of things, order of magnitude. I just want to make sure everyone understands order of magnitude here.
Yes, we would need to utilize the reserves and the ending fund balance to.
Are you just asking how much it is?
Yeah, I'm just asking how much it is.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. So there, it's right now, based on all three of the three categories, it's in the neighborhood of $5 million.
Okay, so it's very manageable for us if we had to do some moving around and take some from the reserves, because $5 million is more than our COVID-19 fund.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions and comments? Okay, so this is due at the end of the month, I believe. So I think you're looking for approval today. So is there a motion to approve the budget?
I move to approve the budget.
I'll second.
Sorry, I just want to make sure I do this from a parliamentary point of view. We approve the budget, but do we also need to approve these accompanying resolutions? We need to adopt the budget and approve the resolutions. Sorry, Let me just get a proper motion. Adopt the budget and approve the 3 related resolutions. Is there a motion?
Sure,
I think there
I'll
are
move
4 related resolutions. Aren't there 4?
three.
Oh, the first one's the adopting.
First one's adopt, yeah.
Okay,
I'll move to adopt the budget and the 3 related resolutions.
I'll second.
All right, so moved by Mr. Drop, second by Ms. Bacon-Caswell. Dr. Austin, can you take the vote?
Yes, Ms. DiBrienza,
Aye.
Bacon-Caswell,
Aye.
Dauber,
Aye.
Drop,
Aye.
Collins.
I also vote aye, so passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Chow. I think this is a tricky budget year, just like it's tricky every other way. So appreciate your getting this to the finish line in an orderly manner. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so next up, item 5B, approval to upgrade A and B wings at the Coverly site. Dr. Austin.
My apologies. Ms. Chow, is this your item or Dr. Golton's to present?
This is Dr. Golton's item.
Okay.
And I see he is now promoted to panelist.
Right on.
Hi, good evening. Let's see, I know a number, the number's 50. 50 is the number of days until August the 12th. We have a couple of items on tonight that are related to that number of 50, and this is the first one. We're requesting an allocation of $355,000 to provide some renovation to the A and B wings at Coverly High School, the Coverly High School site. There are 8 wings there. These 2 are the closest wings to the theater and the parking lot and to Greendale. And each wing contains 6 classrooms and a bathroom. It's the interest of the instructional side of the house to have these 12 classrooms available in 50 days, or actually somewhat less. And so this is what we're doing. And let's see, Eric Holmes here, and Eric is Director of Construction and Facilities, and he's going to start his video and audio, and then Eric will talk a little bit about the scope.
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
We do.
Yep.
Okay, great. So this is a case of, Superintendent Austin has talked about the Coverly site in the past and and how we're trying to sort of work with it. And we're trying to make lemonade out of these classrooms and take advantage of the space and use them for potential use for students. The classrooms are in surprisingly really good shape considering their age, but there are some code issues related to them that we need to modify to bring up to current accessible and fire life safety issues for code reasons. So we're doing a real light intervention to really, the majority of the work is accessible upgrades, and then also some site security and fencing and such to make them safe for our students to be effectively like a little mini campus in these two wings. So our scope is going to be fire alarms and site fencing and some minor modifications to the classrooms, some accessible adjustments, some adjustments in the bathrooms to make them meet the current codes. And additionally, we're bringing over internet for them. And I think that's everything.
Great. Those all sound like important things. All right. If there's any public comment on this, that now is the time to raise your hand. You can press the raise hand function in Zoom or press *9 if you're on your phone. We can also take board member comments or questions. Mr. Dara?
Yeah, briefly, this came in front of a special meeting of the property committee last week. And one of the questions that we had was, if we don't have a finalized reopening plan yet, then how can we go ahead and approve this money to fix up Cubberley if we don't even know we're going to need the space? And we got a very good answer for that in terms of potential uses for the space that would go forward regardless of what our finalized reopening plan looks like. Dr. Golton or Ms. Chow, would you be willing to speak just for a couple of minutes about those options that you shared with the property committee last week?
I'll let Ms. Chow speak to that since it's the uses of the building.
So the uses of those classrooms are necessary in order to bring over student programs that involve students. So whether they are programs for the special ed one-to-one program, which the board supported through the special ed proposal, whether they are post-secondary programs for our special ed students, or whether we use them in other ways as needed during the COVID-19 pandemic. These upgrades are going to be required to allow us to bring students over and house them on that site. So regardless of the program that comes over, these upgrades are necessary to make that happen.
Okay. All right, so it looks to me like this is agendized for action. I don't believe it appeared before. Is that correct? So we would have,
yep, that is correct. As
we
you
would
know,
need to waive the 2-meeting rule to take action on this. Is that
Yes.
what you're requesting? I assume so.
Yes.
The number being, what did he say? 50?
50.
50. Okay, so is there a motion to waive the 2-meeting rule on this item?
I'll move to waive the 2-meeting rule.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, Mr. Drop moved and seconded by Mr. Brienza. Dr. Austin, can you take the vote?
Yes, Ms. DiBrienza,
Keep muting too soon. Aye.
Ms. Peyton Caswell,
Aye.
Mr. Dauber,
Aye.
Mr. Dorop,
Aye.
Mr. Collins.
I also vote aye. And now, so we've waived the 2-meeting rule. Is there a motion to approve? There are 3 items listed there, or I'm sorry, 4 items listed there to approve the 4 items.
So moved.
Second.
All right, moved by Mr. Brienza, seconded by Mr. Dorop. Dr. Austin?
DiBrienza,
You think I could expect this by now. Aye.
Ms. Peyton Caswell,
Aye.
Mr. Dauber,
Aye.
Mr. Dorop,
Aye.
Mr. Collins.
I also vote aye. So we are unanimous on approving the upgrade of A and B wings at the Cubberley site. And next up is item C, approval of schematic design for tower renovation project. Dr. Austin?
This will see C will also be Dr. Golden.
Yeah, the number 50 doesn't apply to this item. In fact, we're anticipating that we'll be coming back to you on various times with an award of the construction contract in October of 2021. What we've done since this project was up for discussion is we did follow up with the incoming principal, Brent Klein, and his emails attached. In this Zoom world, he literally met Jerry Berkson, the assistant principal, just a couple of weeks ago. And but he said, I'd like to share with you, I agree that this project should be the highest priority for the Pally bond money. The renovation of the complete building, including first and second floors, should be done. And I'm comfortable with the current estimate of $20+ million for this. The other, I guess, substantial thing that we did an extensive walkthrough with Mr. Dirop and Ms. DiBrienza, and they may perhaps speak to this project as well. For my part, I think that this building is over 100 years old, and I venture to say that 30 years from now, this will be the project that the district will be most proud of. This building is kind of an iconic image for this school district and this school.
All right, with that, any public comment? I don't see any hands raised. Any board member questions or comments? And this has appeared before, correct?
Yes.
So this is agendized for action, no 2-meeting rule waiver required. And if someone wishes to make a motion, we could take a motion.
I move we approve it as listed.
I second.
All right, looks like Ms. Mr. Brienza moved and Ms. Bacon-Caswell got in second on the second. Dr. Austin.
Ms. DiBrienza.
I am ready. I say aye.
Ms. Bacon-Caswell.
Aye.
Mr. Dauber.
Aye.
Mr. Darup.
Aye.
Mr. Collins.
Aye. So the schematic design of the tower renovation project is approved. Thank you, Dr. Golden. Next up, school plans for student achievement, SIPSAs, PK through 12, a very big item. Dr. Austin.
It's a huge item with a brief presentation. So I'm going to start it with Ms. Brown.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. The PK-12 principals have created, in collaboration with their school site councils, the single plan for student achievement for their schools for the 2021 school year. You received them at our last regular scheduled board meeting and are presented again tonight for discussion. Also included in this item are executive summaries for the current school year SIPSA goals for each school. Though school site councils approved the individual school plans during the closure, the goals were collaboratively developed with stakeholders prior to the school closure in March. Now, with that being said, principals know there is a need to reevaluate priorities as schools reopen in the fall. We expect an increased need for social emotional support for our students and a heightened urgency to understand and meet the needs of our most marginalized students. And with that, Ms. Ofek and I are looking forward to hearing your comments.
Great, thank you. All right, if there are any community comments, now would be the time to raise your hand. And we can take them now. And if there are board members' questions or comments, you guys can raise your hand as well. Seeing no attendee comments yet. Ms. Bacon-Caswell, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is one of our most critical things to talk about as a board, just so that we are in understanding of what our biggest goals are and our biggest challenges at each of our schools. This will allow us to make sure that we're allocating resources where resources need to be allocated. So rather than my usual going into detail on each of the reports by school, what I'd like to do is I'd like to bring it up a notch and ask Ms. Brown to talk about some of the biggest challenges we have going forward. I mean, we have some new challenges that we didn't have before we went into shelter in place. But there's some things that have been important to us throughout the whole year that are part of the promise. Some of them have become more acute now. And for me, those big things are our progress on equity, particularly closing the achievement gap, our progress on creating students that are connected to their schools. By the way, these are all things that were big challenges for us before shelter in place. And our attention to the reading problems that we've known have been issues, but after we've done the latest round of screenings, we know that we have 25% of our kids at risk for dyslexia. And what does that mean and how we want to go about addressing that in the general ed classroom? So those three things to me are big areas. And I wonder if you could talk about how you see the goals going forward. Because when I went in and read the SIPSAs, it was, I could find those things if I dug in sort of, but they weren't clearly articulated at the top level for each school. So I wonder if you could bring it back and talk about that, particularly at the elementary school level. Because I feel like at the high school level, we're using the WASC, and that's a little bit more, it seems a little more tightly coupled to the goals that we've been talking about. So I wonder, Ms. Brown, if you could talk to that with the elementary schools. What are our biggest challenges around with those things in mind? And what is the board, where should we be focused? And if there's things that have been happening, where are they and how can we share best practices?
Okay, sure. You know, the items you mentioned, the equity and the social emotional connection to school. Every school is in a different place. And I think you saw that in the different items. They're mentioning their SEL curriculum and making sure that students have connections. This, as I mentioned, is going to be a heightened focus for us when the year starts. And we need to come up with some other strategies, especially with equity. And I think as we are working on our reopening plans, we are keeping that in consideration. We're talking about the fact that students need to come back and we need to implement more SEL, and we need to spend more time doing that, as well as how we're going to deliver to our most marginalized students. So it has been a focus. We've been working on it over the years. We have a common goal at every single school that works on these issues. As far as the reading, almost every school has a reading goal, and it is also part of the common goal that we want to make sure our marginalized students are reading at benchmark, that those that have not been are getting the supports they need. As far as dyslexia and our services, we are continuing to, we'll be implementing the assessment again this fall for all first through third. And we are going to hopefully continue our training for teachers and giving the second level training to the reading specialist and the ed specialist who received the first level training. But our training all got put on hold because of the COVID. So we do have those plans moving forward to keep addressing those needs.
So some schools, it was obvious when I went through that they were looking at that, and some schools sort of in last year's model where Teachers College Reading was going to solve all problems, and there didn't seem to be sort of an acknowledgement that we might have some problems that need to be solved in a different way. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say problems, they're challenges.
Challenge and opportunities, I would say as well.
I mean, you know, look, I'm very aware of the challenge and opportunity around dyslexia, but I also know that if you don't work on it early and you don't work on it with appropriate tools, then you're working on it all the way through kids' entire education. So I'm looking at us to help kids change their trajectory around that.
Right. So it is it's in the promise that we are going to continue these trainings for all people, all teachers at the school. So it might not show up in specifically that they're going to get a certain teacher trained, but we are doing that through the promise. So it is embedded some deeply in the school goals. So it is still a major focus for us moving forward.
So when the schools take a look at the SHPSA goals next year and say, have we met SHPSA goals? are we going to have some sort of filter on top, like those are your SIPSA goals that you came up with, but we as a district have some things on top of that are really important and they need to be reflected somehow.
I'm sure we can do that, yes.
And okay, I guess maybe you need to come back to us on how that would be done.
Okay.
Looks like Mr. Brienza has her hand up.
I just wanted to clarify, it sounded like you said that we're hopefully delivering the dyslexia training. Is that
wrong word?
Okay.
Hopefully. We might have to do the training differently if they're not having us all in person. So it might have to be online.
Okay, so you're figuring out how to make it happen.
Yeah, yes, yes.
Okay, and I agree with Ms. Baden-Caswell's sentiment. There's so many moving parts and so many things going on right now in, you know, trying to make sure kids are doing okay emotionally and trying to make sure that we catch reading issues early and dyslexia, we focus on dyslexia early, and we have our equity issues, and there's so much. So with you all really aligning our promises and our commitments, our promises from the promise and our resolutions and commitments, really elevating across the board, what are those must focus in each one, I think will really help us know what you guys are trying to do so that we can look at how well you're doing it. Thanks.
Mr. Draw?
Thank you. Just to follow up on a couple of comments. First of all, I think right as we go into the COVID reopening era, reevaluating issues of equity and social emotional success and health is going to be extremely important. Looking at each site level. I wanted to ask about dyslexia, one additional thing. When we talked about training, did we, and maybe I missed this, did we talk about universal screening? Because I think that was a part of what we had. Did I miss that? Did you mention that just now?
We have a universal screening for first, second, and third grade. Every year they will get it. We had it for kindergarten. We found that with kindergarten, we had 50% of the kids showed up with dyslexia. So we're going to move that to probably the end of the year for kindergarten. But we do that, or we have done that this last year. And every year for 4 years, a child will get the testing.
Gotcha. At every school site. Awesome. Thanks.
Ms. Baden-Caswell, I see your hand is still up. Is that a night again?
Yeah, I just, on the equity issue, I feel like sometimes we just don't have, maybe all have the same clarity on it. And the way I'm looking at it is not just on how our kids of color, particularly our Black and Brown students, doing on English language arts and math, but also how are they doing from a mental health perspective. And you know, as I've had these conversations, as Jennifer and I have reached out to people across the community, it's been very clear that, you know, it's not just, are we tutoring these kids? It's not just, have we done PD for the teachers? It's not just making sure that we do anti-bias or unintentional bias training. It's also making sure that we have some teachers that look like the students that are in the classroom and that we show them some mentors that are doing successful things that look like them as well. And it's also, and I don't know how we do this, but we have to do it. It's making sure that when every kid comes into the classroom, there's an expectation that they can rise to the challenges of the classroom, that there's an expectation that they can do it. Not that we have to make it easy for them, but they can do it and we believe in them. And I don't know how to turn that into a goal for the SIPSs, but if we're using the SIPSs in our site councils and we're using it as a measurement, then we need to have some sort of goal around it. If we're going to use something else as a measurement, that's fine. But I just feel like this is so multidimensional and we maybe haven't been measuring it in a multidimensional way.
Mr. Drop, is your hand up from before?
Yeah, I just know it's a new hand. Just quickly, Ms. Baden-Caswell, I appreciate those comments. I want to thank you. I know we talked a lot when we passed the resolution last meeting, and I think we just have to underscore. We talked about what institutional racism means, but in order to actually address it, we have to address it in every capacity that we can. whether it's through the SIPSAs or anything else that comes up in the agenda. So I appreciate you reminding us, Ms. Baden-Caswell, that this is another opportunity for us to remind ourselves and remind the district that here at the site level are places where we can actually put into practice tangible solutions that support the resolution, the sort of broad language resolution that we passed at the last meeting. Now, what those are, I think we've given lots of examples, and we talked about it last time. We talk about it a lot, and obviously, there's an expectation that at some point, staff will come forward with specific programs and initiatives. But I just wanted to echo and underscore that point.
Great. Other comments or questions? Otherwise, we can have a motion to accept the SIPSs.
I'm just wondering when we're going to talk about our goals for next year, Dr. Austin. I don't expect the SIPSs were the time we were going to do it, but I'd like to set some expectations for the board members here so we understand that.
I thought that would be a board retreat item this year. And just to remind everyone, I know everyone's totally aware of this, but we were on a great rhythm and path to have our goals realigned and new metrics dialed in till February hit. And it just changed everything. So I think the time that's going to make sense, our energy can be fully on reopening right now. So I would say board retreat time would make sense.
So what does that mean? Like sometime in the fall or?
That's going to be up to,
that's when we usually do the board retreat. Yeah.
It's late summer or early fall.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought you were proposing something completely different.
No.
Okay.
Okay, is there a motion to accept the SIPSs?
I move to accept the SIPSs.
Second? Ms. Baden-Caswell, was that, did you second? Sorry, you went in and out. Sorry, you just do it?
I will second the acceptance.
Thank you. All right, so motion by Mr. Drupp, second by Ms. Baden-Caswell. Dr. Austin, can you take the vote?
Yes, Ms. DiBrienza.
Aye.
Ms. Baden-Caswell.
Aye.
Mr. Dauber.
Aye.
Mr. Drupp.
Aye.
Mr. Collins.
I also vote aye. All right, so unanimous on that. Next is 5E, which is authorization to issue change order to Saucel Corp. relating to the Magical Bridge playgrounds. Dr. Austin.
I believe this is Dr. Golden.
Hi, good evening. This next one is mine as well. Again, the number 50 plays in this one also. We finished the major buildings on that campus. We have taken away the portables and we're all set now to install the Magical Bridge playground.
Just to clarify, we're talking about Addison campus, right, Dr. Golden?
I am. Hey, thank you. So at any rate, and we're ready to install that Magical Bridge playground. The terms of this project are a budget of $600,000 with a projected reimbursement of half the cost from the county. We are budgeting that additional portion, that 300,000. We need to be able to spend 300,000 plus 300,000 in order to file a claim and get the 300,000 back. And so we anticipate that money will be coming back to us. We want to do this project and start it this summer. We anticipate that we'll be completing it by September, and the area will be fenced off at the start of school. As an aside, you've already approved El Carmelo, and that had another grant associated with it. We don't have grants associated with Escondido and Hayes, which will be coming before you later tonight, but you'll notice that there's a budget provision for these accessible playgrounds in those two projects as well. Tom Hodges is here, and Tom will respond to questions if you have any.
Great. So if there are any public comments, now's the time to raise your hand. And otherwise, we can take board member questions and comments. Mr. Drop, is your hand up from before?
I'm sorry.
No
It
problem.
was from
Ms. Bacon-Caswell, go ahead.
Dr. Galton, this is the same budget for the Magical Bridge Playground as was originally put forth to us, or is that changed?
It's the same.
Okay, thank you.
Great. If there are no other questions or comments, we can take a motion on this. And the staff is asking that we waive the 2-meeting rule. I guess 50 again being the operative number. So is there a motion on that?
I move we waive the 2-meeting rule.
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. DeBrienza, seconded by Mr. Durup. Dr. Austin, can you take that vote?
Ms. DeBrienza,
Aye.
Bacon-Caswell,
Aye.
Mr. Dauber,
Aye.
Darup,
Aye.
Collins.
I vote aye as well. And now is there a motion on the, there are 3 items. Authorize the change order, issue an addendum to the construction management services, and budget the Santa Clara grant income and expenditure.
I move to authorize the change order, issue the addendum, and budget the Santa Clara County grant income.
I'll second.
Great. Motion by Mr. Durup, seconded by Ms. Bacon-Caswell. Dr. Austin.
DeBrienza,
Aye.
Bacon-Caswell,
Aye.
Mr. Dauber,
Aye.
Mr. Darup,
Aye.
Mr. Collins.
Aye. So that's exciting. I really look forward to seeing our first school-based, and I believe the first and only in the country, school-based Magical Bridge playgrounds in the near future. That'll be great. All right, next up, item 6.
I have a question, Mr. Collins. I don't think we waived the 2-meeting rule for the item we took off the consent calendar before we voted on it. Do we need to do that?
You know, I think about that. The 2-meeting rule is a little ambiguous on that, since it says items of the 2 that are on the consent calendar don't require a waiver of the 2-meeting rule. This one was pulled off the consent calendar. I thought it did not, but if people feel differently, we can go back and do that.
I would think that we usually do that, so I would think we would do it for this.
I don't recall doing it in the past, but perhaps we do. Any other board members have views on that?
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't think. I'm sorry, Mr. Dauber, go ahead.
No, Mr. Darup, please.
Yeah, it is my view that this doesn't require us to waive the 2-meeting rule because it was already on consent, and so that was sort of already established in our rule on consent is that the 2-meeting rule doesn't even apply. So even if it's pulled afterwards, I don't think the 2-meeting rule somehow then reapplies.
So it seems odd to me that something that was $1.2 million was on the consent calendar anyway, but.
Yet it was. Ms. DeBrienza.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I skipped over Mr. Dauber. My apologies. He'd
Dauber,
already yielded to Mr. Dauber, Mr. Durup. My apologies. Go ahead, Mr.
Oh, I
Dauber.
just wanted to, I think our practice has been not to require a waiver of the 2-meeting rule for items pulled off consent. I can't recall us ever having done that. And I think the rule regarding consent items, is pretty clear. So I don't think there's any reason to, I think the decision was correct.
Sorry, Ms. DeBrienza, please go ahead.
No worries. I think I share Ms. Bacon-Caswell's concern that I don't think that should have been on the consent calendar. I think that's why Ms. Bacon-Caswell pulled it. So I'm fine if we move ahead here because it was pulled from consent and we approved it, but I think we should be really careful about what we put on consent. If it's a contract that's over $1 million, that probably should go through our regular 2-meeting rule process going forward.
Okay, so I'm not hearing a consensus that we should go back and address the 2-meeting rule issue. So unless there's an objection, I'll move on. Ms. DeBrienza, any objection? I realize you might disagree, but dude.
Yeah, no objection.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. All right, so next is item 6A, COVID-19 update. Dr. Austin.
Okay, I want to take this one myself tonight.
Oh, and sorry, Dr. Austin, let me again, sorry, I'm off I don't have my rhythm down. For people in the community who want to comment on this item, we'll take public comment after the staff presentation. So now is a good time to start raising your hand, and we'll take public comment. We'll determine how many people we have, set the time limit, and take public comment after the staff presentation. Sorry again, Dr. Austin.
No problem. And I can give you a spoiler alert and tell you we're not going through any of the attached proposals because they're all paused right now. So I'll explain why as we go through this. But the guidelines around COVID reopening are changing by the minute. And as a result, we've paused both our presentation tonight and negotiations with PAEA until next week. The Santa Clara Public Health Department will have the biggest external impact on our decision-making process. So while they won't determine our process, they will set the guidelines. And when it comes to the health portion of guidelines, you're seeing things from the California Department of Education, from CSBA will have their own, all of the different labor groups will have their own. California Public Health Department will have their own. We're going to anchor to the Santa Clara Public Health Department, and that has been our path since the very beginning, and it's the most appropriate one for us to anchor with. We were told today to expect the reopening guidelines from the Santa Clara Public Health Department by June 30th, so next week. They did hint that it could come earlier, but they said at an absolute latest it would be June 30th. And since we've said since late February, interesting, I actually had to go back and look to see when discussion started about COVID. It was somewhere around February 28th, 29th. We're going to lean heavily on the guidance of our local department. So California legislators put out their budget this week. By this week, I mean yesterday. We've asked for guidance around calculations of instructional minutes for quite a while. In fact, since we first went into an extended closure, we've been lobbying hard to get clarification about how instructional minutes will be calculated in the future. Unfortunately, the relief we were promised, in fact, we were told just go plan for the reopening and the rules will follow. Don't worry about it. The rules were finally addressed in a manner that we did not expect. Specifically, for anyone who's reading through the budget, sections 43503 and 43504 are creating confusion across the state. I was in a Santa Clara County superintendent meeting earlier today, and the meeting was the opposite of an exercise in receiving clarity. In fact, it was quite a firestorm. I spoke with AXA president. AXA is our professional organization for school administrators in the state of California. AXA President Wes Smith and I had a couple calls today, as well as Michelle Underwood from School Services of California. Everyone contacted, and by the way, these aren't casual calls. These are the experts in the state. These are the people with the best information in the state. All said that the language around accounting for distance learning instructional minutes should be clarified by Friday and is at the least foggy right now. The results of that clarification are going to have an impact on our plans. They're going to inform our final decision making. It's our goal to present a plan to reopen by July 3rd. And as I am reminded, July 3rd is going to feel like tomorrow. July 3rd is next Friday. We have a bit of a double-edged sword in this process. We are sharing every concept and potential path for transparency and input. But that also leads to debates around ideas that have evolved quickly, in some cases never really even existed. So people have connected dots that don't exist or have thoughts about things that have been off the table for a while. It's very, very tough to keep people up to date with the by the minute pieces. We do post all of our negotiation proposals, and with some mixed mixed feelings on that. Not everyone loves that. Some people like it a lot. They can see what the thought is of the day. Recent article that I posted stated that 94% of superintendents across the country polled did not have a final plan to reopen. 94%. ALIS, another professional organization, told me today on a conference call that they confirmed that number through their own polling and added that most school districts not only don't have a final plan, but they've made significant changes to plans that they had proposed several times already through the process. And in case people haven't figured that out, that's going to be us too. Our plans have already had some big shifts. I received 3 emails from superintendents this afternoon. So just today, one large district is planning to open completely virtually, by the way, if allowed, based on the confusion around the budget piece. One district is planning to open 5 days a week with full attendance, both big, powerful school districts, one completely virtual, the other completely in attendance. The third, which is a district locally that was highlighted in the comments earlier by one of our speakers as an example, are presenting right now, tonight, an exact mirror of our proposed schedule. And that's not surprising. I sent that to them without the common instruction day contained in our proposal, or at least our current proposal. These are just examples of the literal A through Z range of approaches. You can see anywhere from all virtual to all in person to a hybrid in the middle. Given the range of requests that we received tonight, and I took notes as people were offering thoughts, and add that to the hundreds, if not thousands of emails, the tens of thousands of survey results and task groups, I'm just going to state the obvious. There is no consensus. As a reminder, the reaction to an earlier proposal for an AM/PM schedule for elementary schools was met with pretty much exactly the same resistance that we received to a full day approach tonight. That was a week or so ago. It'd be easy to forget about. So it's pretty safe to say we're not going to have an answer that's going to satisfy all requests and suggestions simultaneously. It just isn't possible. But it is our hope that we can problem solve with our partners in PAEA and choose from a series of imperfect options. That's what's left. We have imperfect options, and we need to pick the options that will ultimately be something that we can guarantee and deliver with some certainty, limiting the moving parts to the degree possible, train up our staff so that they are responsible for parts that they can actually handle and deliver, and as safely as we can possibly do it. And with the tight time frame, we know that we have parents that are concerned about the academic program for their kids and what our schedule, whatever schedule we land on, will do to childcare, social interactions, and how we can get back to something that feels more normal. So, tight timeline. Next Friday doesn't seem like very much time, but it does give us the guidelines that will be coming out from Santa Clara County. It does give us some clarification about the budget and accounting of minutes. And it does give us an opportunity to get back with our teachers. Also, we're equally committed to working with CSEA for reopening guidelines from our classified members. Just right now, we know a lot of people have some desire for certainty around what our schedule and program will look like for their kids in classes. And that is all I have for tonight. I can take questions or comments when we get to that point.
Great. So unless the board members think otherwise, why don't we take public comment at this time? So if you want to comment, now is the time on the COVID-19 reopening plan. Now is the time to do so. If you can raise your hand either by pressing the raise hand function in Zoom, or if you're dialed in, you can press *9 on your phone and that'll have the same effect. And I'll wait another second to see how many we have. Okay, it looks like we're at 20. So we'll snap the chalk at, well, now we're at 21. So we're definitely going to be over 20. So we'll allow 1 minute for each comment. And we'll start off with, the first one is Shirley. And the second, I think, is T. Wild. Shirley, sorry to cold call you first.
No problem. Thank you, board members and Dr. Austin, for your continuous work towards helping us reopen schools. As you receive messages from teachers about what won't work, please understand that we are raising these concerns with students in mind. Like you, our focus is also on supporting students in a safe and rigorous learning environment. The current proposal to reopen with full classes full day contradicts our joint desire to open safely and rigorously. Even though the CDE has approved the desk partitions, it contradicts the guiding principles for reopening schools published by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in June. Quote, "The more people a student or staff member interacts with, and the longer that interaction, the higher the risk of COVID-19 spread," end quote. Reopening with full-sized in-person classes places us in the CDC's highest risk category. Alternative solutions were discussed at task force meetings where teachers and admin worked together to develop the AB and the half-day schedules. These schedules would shift us to a lower risk group. I implore the board to revisit these alternative schedules. If they are absolutely unworkable, I would recommend shortening the school day to both reduce the length of exposure and simultaneously creating opportunities for teachers to meet with small groups via Zoom after lunch. This would allow teachers to productively group students for targeted instruction in a safe manner. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is, I think it's T. Wild, followed by Lori Pennington.
Hi, can you hear me?
We do.
Great. Hi, I'm Terry Wild, and I'm speaking on behalf of the tenured teachers at Palo Verde. We are here tonight to address our concerns regarding the plan for reopening that was presented by the principals last week. We do not feel this plan addresses the needs of our students. The principal's plan tries to address parents' needs to have their children in school all day, but it does not allow for teachers to meet the social, emotional, and academic needs of students. The task force plans can do both. We feel the task force plan can meet both the needs of our students as well as the very real needs of working parents. Our primary concern is in regards to the students' social, emotional, and academic success. We need to meet the needs of all students, both in the classroom and at home distance learners, while respecting the significant needs of our working parents. The principal's plan falls short. Class sizes need to be minimized so that students can safely interact and receive the most rigorous and engaging experience. Teachers cannot be expected to teach both in-class and distance learners. The plan doesn't allow us to think creatively for how to use existing indoor spaces and resources to provide full day learning opportunities. Parents need a clear understanding.
Can I ask you to wind up?
Yes, absolutely. We have put together a complete letter that outlines all of our reasons why we don't think the principal's plan will work, but the task force plan will, and meets the promise, the PAUSD promise. Please look at our letter more deeply. It can be found at bit.ly/PV response. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next up is Lori Pennington, followed by Julie Saxena.
Hi, my name is Lori Pennington. I'm a teacher at Gunn High School and a parent of a 2020 graduate and a rising sophomore. I have completed surveys sent to parents asking about our family situation and preferences for learning for next year for my child. As a teacher, I have yet to receive a survey from district staff asking these same questions. I am concerned that certificated and classified staff's COVID concerns are not yet being addressed. Plans for hybrid and remote learning are being made without the necessary staff data regarding our health and childcare situations, as well as plans for personal safety. Please urge the district staff to solicit this same information from teachers and staff. Teachers have a difficult time teaching and designing viable remote learning experiences if they are stressed about safety and work-life balance. In addition, I continue to be dismayed by the community's perception and definition of instructional minutes. The opportunities we provided during closure were not remote learning, but it was emergency educational opportunities. Learning can happen both in person and remotely if done correctly. I'm truly hoping that we teachers will receive the necessary training in time to be able to adjust our instructional strategies for maximum learning next year. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Julie Saxena, followed by Kimberly Kwan.
Hi, Dr. Austin and members of the school board. I'm a first grade teacher at Hoover, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the staff of the Hoover Elementary School. We're deeply saddened and concerned by the newly proposed model of reopening schools in the fall. Having all students return full-time goes against current California Department of Education guidelines and proposes great risk to both students and teachers. Not only is the district putting the health and emotional needs of students and staff on the line, they are creating an environment which is not conducive to learning and does not allow for the implementation of best teaching practices, requiring us to effectively manage and educate a full class of students while simultaneously setting up and controlling video streaming, virtually checking in with online learners, and ensuring students are socially distanced is an impossible expectation. Teaching in the classroom and teaching online are two distinct and separate jobs. Combining them into one will prevent educators from delivering the high quality instruction that our students deserve and will quickly lead to teacher burnout. When students and staff feel at risk, anxious, and overwhelmed, the system as a whole suffers. The high quality of education.
I need you to wind up if you can.
Sure. The high quality of education for which the district is well known cannot be provided under these conditions. Simply put, we are being set up for failure with a current reopening plan. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Kimberly Kwan, followed by Austin Levens.
Hello, I teach at Hoover Elementary too, 5th grade. I'm speaking on behalf of staff members at my site. It's good to hear that we're on pause for selecting our plan for reopening. While waiting, we want to express our concerns about the reopening plan put forth by the elementary principals last week, which has all of our students returning for full days. The guidelines put forth in the California Department of Education reopening document recommend that districts plan to limit the number of people in campus spaces, attempt to create smaller classroom cohorts as recommended by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and to make sure that students and staff capacity meet 6-foot physical distancing requirements. None of these recommendations are reflected in that current plan. Our concerns are for the health and safety of our students and our staff. We are deeply troubled by the concept of bringing 20 or more students into our classrooms, separated only by partitions that may or may not reduce the need for 6 feet of physical distancing. We've not been provided any scientific evidence that partitions would reduce the need for social distancing in classrooms, and there's not yet been guidance from state or county health agencies saying that partitions would prevent the spread of the virus. If the plan is to use partitions, we ask that the school district consult an infectious disease specialist or the county board of health to confirm that partitions would be effective. Crowding our classrooms, limiting the ability of students to move safely within the classroom and on the playground, and not considering how teachers could possibly ensure the safety of their students under these conditions will put the whole community at risk. We understand and support the desire to—
Can I ask you to wind up?
Yes. We understand and support the desire to keep school cohorts together. The AMPM plan previously considered and endorsed by the Elementary Task Force would allow for schools to stay intact and provide a safer environment for all. We urge you to reconsider the current plan and act based on what is in the safest interests of our students, staff, families, and our community. Thank you for the chance to voice our concerns.
Thank you. And people, I apologize again, a minute is again a short period of time. And if you have additional comments, there are going to be no decisions made tonight. So if you have additional comments that you want to submit in writing, you can send them to board@pausd.org and we will all get them and read them. All right, next up is Austin Lemons and then Luca Del Ciro. Oh, looks like we hit the wrong person there. Can we get Austin Lemons instead, Derek? There we go.
Hi, I'm Travis Lemons. I'm Austin's dad. He is a 3rd grader at Fair Meadow, and I also have a junior at Gunn. We are one of the 86 COVID cases that have been reported in Palo Alto. We'd like to tell you about our experience and why we are advocating for increased safety measures at our elementary schools. Our family was hit hard by COVID. Over 2 months, I spent every night going to bed wondering if tonight would be the night that I'd wake up to my wife or children gasping for air, unable to breathe, checking our son's breathing every time I woke up. Every night for 2 months, I did this. My wife now has irreparable lung scarring, daily chest pain, coughing, difficulty breathing. That's 3 months after being infected. I have vestibular nerve damage due to the viral infection, forcing me into rehab for 3 hours a day to relearn how to walk, how to read, how to write. I'm still not able to drive after 3 months. My wife and I were young, healthy, no pre-existing conditions, and our lives are irreparably changed due to COVID. So I get frustrated when I hear board members arguing to reduce social distancing from 6 feet to 4 feet to save $2 million, arguing that masks should be optional, insisting that 100% temperature checks are not practicable, releasing a plan that doesn't even reduce class sizes and squeezing kids together between plastic partitions. The last several months have been the darkest days of my life, and I want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to ensure that no one has to go through that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lucal Del Cerro, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, followed by Scott Aldous.
Hello. Hi, I'm a gun senior and I would like to go back to school. I've hated this last quarter of my junior year. It's been miserable being stuck in my room, and looking forward to a high school experience is something that I've looked forward to for a long time. I want to experience like the senior year in itself, but I do want to do more. I want to go to prom. I want to go to a choir trip with my final. I want to go on a choir trip for my final year, and I haven't gone to do these things this final year. And I know that we have to get this right, and we need to follow science and not what people want. And a temporary band-aid is not it's not gonna help people. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Scott Eldest, followed by Kelly Zalatimo. Scott, oh, sorry, Derek hasn't got you yet.
Mr. Collins, Mr. Aldis is having a technical problem.
Okay, so we'll come back to him if we can. Okay, Kelly Zalatimo, I apologize if that's wrong, followed by Miss Kotari, apologies.
You got it right. Thank you.
Oh, good, thank you.
Okay. So I'm an 8th grade teacher at Green Middle School, teach English, longtime teacher. And a few weeks ago, I would have believed that we could have a hybrid reopening. And I was even buying classroom books from my classroom library, excited to give them to students that first week. But looking at Santa Clara County Health Department's numbers today, I think that reopening plan is fantasy or madness. The San Francisco Chronicle quoted Dr. Cody saying that the 121 COVID cases today are the second highest one-day total since the beginning of the pandemic. We're on an upward trend with exponential growth in California, and it looks like in the county. So I don't see how we're gonna reopen safely unless we have some dramatic, magical turnaround. So let us plan now for a robust, meaningful distance learning program so that we're ready to hit the ground in the fall. We pride ourselves on using data, and the data is showing us that it's going to be a little bit harder than we expect. So let's be relentless in our efforts to have the best online schooling program in the fall. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. All right, Derek, are we not going to be able to get Mr. Aldis?
That's correct. We can't get Mr. Aldis joined.
Okay, sorry about that, Mr. Aldis. Then the next one is Ms. Kotari, followed by Meb Steiner.
Thank you, Mr. Collins.
I should say Dr. Kotari. Now, I know that for a fact.
That's fine. Thank you so much. As you mentioned, I am a physician at Stanford, and Dr. Austin, I wrote the COVID plans at our highest. I wrote our COVID plans for sections when we were having peak cases. And what I can tell you from that is I wrote a new plan every 24 to 48 hours. So to believe that we're going to have a plan at this point that is going to be viable in August is a pipe dream. And so my only ask is if we can have the technology in place that if we needed to go to virtual learning, which seems like it would, or synchronous trading, that the technology is in place. And that was the biggest lapse in spring. And that is something that we should take care of no matter how we return. So thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, next up is Meb Steiner from CSEA, followed by Julia Simard.
Good evening. This is Meb Steiner, president of Palo Alto Chapter 301 of CSEA. I'm speaking up again on behalf of our classified staff, and I kind of want to point out in all our discussions of reopening schools, because we always think in terms of the school year calendar, schools have been open for classified staff. They never shut for some groups of our staff. Schools certainly didn't shut in the sense that we're offering online learning, but our food service people have been working every single day. We have returned our maintenance and operations department, and we have people working in person. They have been, in fact, during the shutdown as well. Our number one concern is the safety of all of our employees, certainly of our students, our community. But speaking in terms of our employees, we tend to be an older population, quite a few older workers. Ethnically diverse. We know that COVID impacts people of color and lower socioeconomic groups more harshly. Many of our folks cannot work remotely. They have to come in. And we really need to make sure that we keep them safe. I know this is a shared concern, and I've had many conversations with Dr. Austin and other leadership folks, and I appreciate all of that. I really want to point out that if we do not have healthy staff, we cannot educate our kids and keep them safe. And so I echo Ms. Pennington's comment.
Ma'am, I just need to ask you to wind up.
Yes. So I echo her comment of finding out what are the concerns of staff as well. And I just really appreciate that the hard work on this and lend our support, but really want us to think about our employees who are in person already and will be in person too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, Julia Samard, and then followed by Michelle Yee.
Hi there, it's me again, the epidemiologist and parent. So I was just writing, or I raised my hand because I didn't know what was going to come up, and so I'm now going to be maybe the third or fourth person in this session to say, but I really think that it would be a disservice to not take very seriously the threat that even if you were to reopen, that you will have to shut down and close for some period of time. And as one of the teachers noted, what was online learning in the spring was really emergency teaching and emergency learning. And right now we have an opportunity to go from sort of defense to offense. And so how can we prepare to have better virtual learning? And as I mentioned earlier, having that as a robust option will also, if you end up splitting and having some kids in class, allow more space in the classroom. It's very likely that many of the students are going to end up having to be virtual learners, whether by choice or due to this growing pandemic. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Next is Michelle Yee, followed by Nancy Kropp.
Hi there, thank you for listening to me again. I'd like to suggest a master project manager to work with all the stakeholders to figure this out. And the reason I say that is because I'm on the task force for elementary reopening. We met one time, we're presented with 5 schedule ideas for the first time. While we were talking about them, 2 more ideas came up. Then we were told to vote on which one we like the best. There wasn't even a chance to rank them. We didn't get to say, well, this one I guess would be a little better than that one, but this goes with that. There's so many moving parts. There's no way to choose one. So about half, a little more than half of the people chose the the half-day AM PM group. That was presented to everyone as what the teachers want. The teachers want the AM PM group, but that's not true. That isn't what happened. Oh, excuse me. So what I would like you guys to do is don't think that teachers just hate everything, and we're not going to like the AB one. We're not going to like the half-day one. And also don't just throw a brand new one in a principal letter at us that has no bearing on what we all talked about. Now we're going to do an all day, all kids, all week, AAA plan. It's just not fair.
I ask you to wrap it up.
Yeah, so let's manage the process better. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next, Nancy Kropp, followed by Lynn Navarro.
Hi, thank you for listening to me again. I am joining the voices, urging you to please prepare our school district for high quality, engaging, and participatory virtual learning. According to the infectious disease experts, the #1 way COVID-19 spreads is airborne, primarily by people enclosed in a room for any length of time. Temperature checks will not keep our children and teachers safe because they allow into the classroom everyone who is asymptomatic and pre-symptomatic. Masks will not keep our children and teachers safe. Experts state the air goes out the sides of the mask, which means children wearing masks will breathe in and out the air of their asymptomatic and pre-symptomatic classmates. Please, we need robust, high-quality virtual learning ready to go this fall. Many students will be home, including my child, and possibly all students if there's a surge. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, next up is Lynn Navarro, and then the next person is a phone caller with last 3 digits 924. Go ahead, Lynn.
Hi, my name is Lynn Navarro. I've been teaching social studies at Gunn for 24 years. I'm also a PAUSD parent and a Palo Alto resident and voter. I'm here to encourage you to solicit more input from teachers and students regarding what will and will not work to create safe learning environments in the fall. This spring, we were thrown into a situation where we had to figure out on the fly how to make distance learning happen. We learned a lot about what works and what doesn't by trial and error. I've taught blended classes. I was in the first blended training cohort and just completed the training again. And I still spent twice as much time as normal making my lessons, trying so hard to make sure students could understand everything I was putting online and the material would always be extremely engaging in this difficult time. Any schedule for next year that would involve any distance learning needs to have extra time built in for teacher planning. Before any schedule is created that might involve students being on Zoom from home for several classes in a row, we should find out from the students if that will be valuable. My gut feeling is that by the 4th Zoom meeting in a row, they will not be able to concentrate. I know that you are all spending countless hours to try to figure out how to open in the fall. I appreciate that you're in consulting all the health experts and government officials that you possibly can. Please, please also consult the people who would be affected by your decisions, the teachers and the students. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, phone caller with the last 3 digits 924, followed by Rafati Sheaf. I apologize for the name. Go ahead, caller.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Matchett, and I am the World Language Instructional Leader at Gunn, as well as a Spanish teacher. I sympathize with the decisions you are faced with regarding reopening school during this crisis. I'm here this evening to remind you that the most important component for success in a student's school year is having a competent teacher. Luckily, PAUSD is chock full of highly competent teachers who care deeply about the physical and mental health of our students. I implore you to seek out and listen to our suggestions for success for the coming year. Something I am concerned about and would like you to consider is teachers' health. If we end up with virtual classrooms for the coming school year and teachers must teach remotely, it only makes sense for us to be able to teach from our homes if that is what works best for us. We are professionals who will be learning the skills for successful online construction and will deliver. Forcing us to come to campus in order to teach remotely will put our health at risk. If our students are to have a successful year next year, they need to have a healthy teacher each day. Thus, one of the first questions you should ask yourself when you're considering potential plans is, how will this course of action protect the mental and physical health of our teachers so that they can be at their best for our students? Thank you for the hard work you are putting into the difficult decisions you must make. Please keep teachers in the forefront of your minds as you make these decisions.
Thank you. All right, apologies, I couldn't get to my timer on time. Next up, and I apologize, Rafati Sheaf, followed by Gina Del Fuco.
Hi, can you hear me?
We do.
Okay, so my name is Reva Shiv, makes it easier to pronounce.
Thank you. That
Yes.
sounds so much better when you say it.
Okay, so I'm a 5th grade teacher at Barron Park and also union representative. I'm really concerned about the plan to open up the elementary school to all the students with vinyl separations. The way I see is that we have 3 circles that we are really worried about. One is this highest being the safety. And then we have the second is the social, emotional, and third is academics. So I know our objective is to find a happy medium where all these 3 circles kind of coalesce, find an intersection. But I feel that if we do, there's 24 students in my class with a 4 feet separation, that the health goes through the window. And believe me, I have taught 1st through 5th, and you really cannot expect children to be sitting like adults in a cubicle for 6.5 hours because we are considering social, emotional well-being. This is definitely not it, nor is it health. So I really urge you to consider the AM/PM. I know there are a lot of issues with every plan, but I believe that the AM/PM is really much better than a full day, forcing all the children to be there in the room. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, Gina Del Fuco, and followed by Tamara Grayson.
Hi, my name is Gina Del Foco. I'm a parent and a teacher in PAUSD. I just want to start off by saying that at the beginning of the board meeting, we started off with a technical difficulty that was solved by Derek Moore. We will not have that luxury as teachers in our classrooms. So that's just one thing to keep in mind as we have this idea that it would be easy for teachers to stream and teach to a live audience. I agree with Dr. Austin. We have imperfect options, but it's our duty to deliver the options safely and with quality education. I cannot wait to get back to school. I miss my students dearly, but my wants do not supersede what is actually happening in the world. This is a global pandemic. And unfortunately, this country is not doing its best job. It's my job to keep my students safe physically and emotionally, in addition to providing a quality education. We can and will try to do that, and we will over-deliver, but that needs to be done in a model that meets the CDC recommendations. Bringing all elementary school students back at the same time does not meet the CDC standards. I want to do this right. I don't want to open just so we can say that we are opening in full capacity, only to be shut down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next up is Tamara. You told me how to pronounce it and I've forgotten, or I can't do it. So Miss Grayson.
It's Tamara Grayson, like bacon.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, that's okay. So I spoke earlier about my own students' challenges in the classroom, and I'd like to now address the principal's plan from the point of view of the teachers. For any of us adults who have participated in a live meeting via conference call, we know how difficult it is to hear the person speaking, to follow along with whatever someone is addressing to, either the physical item that they're talking about or slides, right? And how hard it is to pay attention for more than an hour. So for a teacher to have, say, 16 kids in a classroom, let's assume that 1 or 2 of them are melting down, and that will be my child, and they're melting down from trying to sit in a cube all day. You've got 6 kids online. At least 2 of them are having technical difficulties. There is no possible way for a classroom teacher to succeed. It's just not humanly possible. We have to have a plan where the teachers have some possibility of success and to feel good about what they've accomplished at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grayson. Josh Little, I'm sorry I didn't pre-announce Josh, followed by caller, last 3 digits, 185. Go ahead, Josh.
Hi, this is Joshua Little. I'm a biology teacher at Gunn. And I bet you if you ask any teacher why they went into the profession, they would say that they went in because they have a passion for learning and for helping students. I am particularly concerned that teachers will be expected to operate both a physical classroom and a distant learning classroom without adequate time for lesson planning. I am apprehensive about teachers being expected to manage these 2 learning environments in addition to COVID-related tasks that protect the health and well-being of our students. Prior to school closure, high-quality teaching involved describing the vision, focus, objectives, and student needs, identifying appropriate resources that focus on developing scientific thinkers, developing coherent experiences for students, collect and devise materials, develop plans, methods, and processes, and then finally to create that student experience for learning. Albert Einstein said that education is not the learning of facts, but the training of the mind to think. Therefore, teachers need the time to develop that for students to train their own mind to think. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is the caller with last three digits 185, followed by Myra Anzanza.
Hi, I'm the caller, Kristen Podolka. Can you hear me?
We do.
Okay, hi. So I've got a Fairmeadow student and a JLS student, and I think we should all really take pause. Everyone who's on this call, after hearing the Fairmeadow dad's plead for our health and our safety, I think that his message should really ground us in what this is all about. I think we need to take a step back and we need to listen to him, and we need to look at the front page of the Mercury News right now that says Santa Clara County sees worrisome uptick in cases, hospitalizations with reopening. The article was just published at 6:08 p.m. tonight. I think the only thing to do to keep us safe, us being the kids, the families, the teachers, the staff, at every single location, is to start right now preparing for robust distance learning. It is the only safe thing. It is not ideal, but we will not have students to teach if they are not healthy. We will not have teachers to teach if they are not healthy. There's nothing else to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Myra Azanza, and followed by Daniel Nguyen.
Hi, this is Luis Artola. My wife, Myra Azanza, is sitting right next to me. We're both parents of a child in Escondido, the Spanish immersion class, and a pre-teenager for that studies in Green. So we are sympathetic to the concerns of the community. We are living this together, and we're not blind to the risks. However, we do feel that we're preventing our kids from developing their social skills. And in our particular case, for all the students and teachers of Spanish immersion, you are in Spanish immersion, you need to have closeness with the language and the ability to practice that and learn it from the teachers and by practicing with your peers. We hear that the challenges of teaching from distance learning, and from our perspective is, we're looking forward to have a plan where we can get our students safely as much in-person instruction in our schools as possible. And if it's going to be combined with a hybrid model of distance learning, that it is in fact a combination of effective teaching time, right? Because I agree with what was said, that the instruction that we got towards the end of last school year was emergency learning, and that was putting everything.
Sorry, I need to ask you to wrap up.
Yes, so just to wrap it up, if there's going to be a component of distance learning, that we are hoping that we can actually find a way to have effective teaching time with our students, and we can pair teachers and parents to help them actually focus and get something out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, Daniel Nguyen, followed by Muir Hooper.
Hi, can you hear me?
We do.
Great. I'm a math teacher at Pali. First, thank you for all the hard work that you're doing. I don't agree with every decision you've made so far, such as eliminating one IL release period for all high school departments except for VAPA, but I know you're working with the best of intentions. The first point I want to make is that distance learning is not easy to implement, especially as easy as some members of the community have made it seem like it is. Like earlier in the meeting today, just like Gina Del Fuco pointed out, it's not like easy to have online meetings. Like there was a 5-minute period where there had to be a pause, and imagine that's like 5% of a class period that's already gone. In addition, I think the district MOU is assuming that teachers will be planning like 2 lessons a week, one in person and one online. I personally don't think that's the case. For example, if my in-person lesson covers section 1 of the textbook and then my online lesson covers section 2, how can I have my B group students learn the section 2 online on Tuesday before they learn section 1 on Wednesday? Basically, the bottom line, I'll wrap it up, is that we need prep time. We've had zero formal training how to teach online, so I think we should have all 3 professional development days moved to the beginning of the year, as well as have dedicated Mondays for preparation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, Mira Hooper, followed by Leah Rusin. Ms. Hooper?
Can you hear me?
We do.
Great, thank you. Since a minute is little time and the risks are great, I will speak quickly. I'm a Palo Alto resident, elementary school and high school parent, and physician who collaborates with our public health director in neighboring San Mateo County. As a medical professional who has spent many hours researching our current knowledge of COVID, I am shocked regarding the current plan to have all instruction in an indoor setting and potentially using normal classroom sizes. The current plan flies in the face of what we know about the immensely greater risk of infection in indoor settings. In a review of over 1,000 COVID cases in Wuhan, China, all but 1 individual were deemed to have been infected through indoor contact. When it comes to infection risk, just like with poisons, dose is everything. This viral dose exposure depends not just on how much virus is exhaled and how close we are to such, but also how long we are in contact with the infected individual at close space and how much the virus does or does not dissipate from the immediate area. I urge you to move any school-based learning to an outdoor setting with smaller learning groups. There's a dangerous misunderstanding regarding outdoor exposure risk as it relates to breezes that may be present. While such breezes can carry virus particles a greater distance, they greatly diminish the concentration of virus particles, which is critically important, as I mentioned, to infection risk. By contrast, indoor environments serve to concentrate virus in the air with each additional breath. 1 minute of breathing exhales as much virus as 1 sneeze. Imagine the dose from 1 to 4 hours. To be clear, even outdoor learning with young students—
I need to ask you to wind up. Thank you.
Okay, one last sentence. Outdoor learning still poses great risk. For those parents for whom this is not a viable option, you have a duty to do everything possible to protect them through the safest possible school-based learning plan. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Leah Rusin, followed by Karen Sereznak.
Hi, good evening again. Shaunak, I see you with the baby. I've got mine here too. She had a fuss earlier, which is why I had to leave and come back. But thank you for hearing me again. I would like to call out some fabulous work done this spring by the Spanish immersion teachers in kinder at Escondido. One of the earlier speakers was a parent of another child. We saw the beginnings of a really, really great online distance option. The teachers prepared a video for our children each day to greet them and tell them what they would be doing. They had a weekly online Zoom in small groups where my child actually had meaningful interaction with his teacher. And they had a fun Friday Zoom with the whole class. They had optional art, science, and music that were delivered via video, and also some synchronous learning for library sessions. I felt that my child, once that all came together, which took about a month, but once it came together, my family was able to implement that with help from some of the other parents who translated those videos from Spanish into English for the non-Spanish speaking parents. So while it wasn't perfect, it did have the foundations of something that I felt was really viable. I would encourage you to look to those teachers and teachers who got good feedback from their parents, from the parents of the students they worked with, to see what was working, because there were some really, really stellar things happening. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Karen Sereznak, followed by, I think it's Geir Arnoff. Mr. or Ms. Sereznak, are you there? We're having technical issues here again, Derek?
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
We do.
Is that better? Okay. First, I just want to say that I agree with when in the earlier session with everything all of the teachers were saying, that we think that they're superhuman. I certainly think they're superhuman, but they're not, and they can't be, especially on the elementary level, expected to do all the things with the current plan in reopening. I also wanted to say, as a pediatric ICU nurse, I'm also agreeing with all of the medical things that all the medical people are saying, but I wanted to talk about some social emotional stuff. Understandably, many parents are concerned about the social emotional implications of the new way school will be in August. Not being able to touch or be near their friends, everyone's wearing masks, not getting hugs from teachers and friends. I'm going to have an incoming kindergartner, and I can't imagine what that will do to a 5-year-old. I want to know how this is being addressed before school starts and how we can prepare the kids for the inevitability of masks and social distancing, especially if you continue with the full enrollment, all the kids, all day plan. We need to start giving parents resources now to help them prepare the kids for inevitably having masks and be social distancing. Also, with what Christine Devine had said earlier, the plastic dividers are not an acceptable alternative to smushing too many kids into a too small classroom. Last thing is I just want to know what the plan is when a child, a teacher, or a family member of one of the students tests positive. How will you inform the community anonymously, and how will you handle it with the rest of the kids in the classroom? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is Gear. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing Arnoff, and followed by Carolina Werner.
Hello, can you hear me?
We do.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Geir Arnhoff, and we are a Norwegian family, so sorry for the name. Moved into this area a year ago. We have 4 kids, twins starting in 1st grade, and one starting 7th grade, and one 9th grader. So we have some experience through this experiment so far. And we really appreciate all effort from all teachers that are put into everything. When it comes to the school reopening, I'm very, very concerned about the children's, our students, emotional and social part, because I think they really, really need their peers. They need to see other people, and what we can offer home based on online resources from school is also very much depending on the resources you have back in the homes. So I think that I also want to make a small comparison to the European countries where schools have been opening, and actually the experiences so far, it has turned out very well to take kids into the classroom. And I think what we could learn from that is to make an evolving plan, not make decisions too far ahead, because we're learning so much as we go. I really, really hope we are able to take kids back to school physically, and in a safe manner for the teachers, of course, but I think we could learn both from other countries, and we could learn from our own community, where we have summer camps starting last week, and we can actually see how that turns out. So, and just
to wrap up, Mr. Arnoff. Thank you.
Okay, last thing, I think it's really important to pair, if we are able to take kids into school, put them in small peer groups, so they do not socialize across 2 big groups. That has been very key to reopening in Europe.
Thank you. All right, next is Carolina Werner, followed by Kaylee Whitehouse.
Hi, can you hear me?
We do.
All right, wonderful. So I'm a parent of 2 children in elementary school, incoming 2nd grader and 5th grader. And although both my children will be going back to school in the fall if the schools reopen, primarily because isolation has been very, very difficult mentally on my younger son, I'm here to advocate for a separate, very robust online learning system. I understand the administrative nightmare that ensues when schools reopen to an unknown number of students for in-person and online. And I'm very conscious, especially as a mother of a child with who's very mentally fragile right now, that the way we return to school or online school is handled for children who are traumatized will be of paramount importance. And so I believe that we only invite further trauma by having children who are isolating Zoom into classrooms to see their peers all together in class. And we are damaging their relationship with their parents by doing so too, because they see other kids in class with their teacher and they can't go there. So I think that furthermore, I think that the teachers
need to wrap up if you can.
Sorry, I think also that the teacher is stressed out with the technology issues, like others are saying, constantly checking whether he or she needs to call the remote students if they are hearing, if they can be heard, if they have technical issues. So basically, I think that our goal should be that kids return to school in a way that is as close to friendly, normal, and stress-free as possible, and that we utilize more of our outdoor spaces and minimize class size, and that teachers should not be responsible for both online learning and
Thank you.
in-class learning. Sorry, thank you.
No problem. Kaylee Whitehouse, followed by Mahesh K.
Good evening. Hi. I'm a parent of 2 children in PAUSD. And first, I know there are so many parents tonight speaking. Thank you to parents, teachers, and also thank you to the board for listening to all of us. I can only imagine how tiring it is, but thank you for that and all of your work and consideration. And as hard as it is, and in an impossible position that you're in, the work that you're doing is so important. And I hope that if anything tonight, you take away how important that is. Parents here tonight waiting for hours to talk to you to express how important this is. So thank you. Also, I feel in this emergency of the pandemic, it's an impossible problem to solve. So we all understand that. Parents understand that. But what we do ask is that you communicate to us and that, like Karen mentioned earlier, and our last parent just spoke about, safety is the most important thing. And it's not about the rules. Make an evolving plan. Look to other countries. Look to Scandinavia. They've been open since April the 12th.
Ms.
And,
Whitehouse, I have to ask you to wind up if you can.
of course. They even have nursery school for kids as low as 2 years old, and that all revolves around outdoor learning. Outdoor spaces are the safest spaces. I'm really looking forward to school next year for our incoming kinder and for our other child. So I really hope that we can come up with a good plan. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Mahesh K, followed by John Zealand. Mahesh, are you there? Mahesh. All right, let's move on to John Zealand, followed by Nicole Hindley.
Hi, this is Lisa. I'm John's wife. And as I've been listening to the entire meeting tonight, it sounds like what we're needing is some, as another parent said, process and support. So it seems like if we could get technical support for the teachers and training for the teachers to do online learning, they've expressed that it's very different than in class, that they have to do a lot more preparation. But if there is, I don't know if there are experts out there that we could get to train the teachers to do some real training and to do some technical support, that would help us in getting over some of these big hurdles. And I don't know how the budgets work or how summer vacation plays into this, if people are taking time off and don't have time for training, but it seems like that would aid us all in getting towards something that would alleviate all of these obstacles that are hanging over their heads. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so Kathleen Tarlow, followed by Haley Perkins, and then Mahesh K will try again as our last speaker.
Hi, can you hear me?
We do.
Hi, I'm a parent in the district of 3 children and a former teacher. And I just called to express, of course, my gratitude to the teachers, but also my support for sending children in person back to school in a research-based and logical way. As people have mentioned, European schools have had some success with this. And I think that when we're moving forward, I don't think we should think of safety as the only thing to think about. And I don't think the bar should be 0 risk, but I think that education is supremely important and it's the linchpin of our democracy. And this extended stay-at-home time has really been a strain on families. And for working parents who don't have childcare at home, it has been really, really difficult, and it's been a big strain on us as working parents. So I thank you for listening to the input here, and I really hope for my kids' sake that they're able to be on campus at least some amount of time in the fall, as long as the numbers continue, as to allow small groups to assemble.
Thank you. All right, and then Haley Perkins followed. We'll try again with Mahesh K.
Hi, can you hear me?
We do.
Thanks. My name's Haley Perkins. I'm a Gunn alumni, class of 2007, and current Gunn social studies teacher as well. I just wanted to echo what a lot of teachers and parents, one parent just recently have talked about in terms of teacher training. So I'm a millennial. I use technology all the time, not only in my classroom, but in my everyday life. Technology is already embedded into my curriculum. I'm very fluent with using the tech to support student learning. But during the shelter in place, I had absolutely no idea how to use that technology effectively to reach students when I couldn't physically see them. I had no idea how to effectively monitor student learning without being able to see the emotion on their faces and the struggle in their tone of voice. I had no idea how to access students who I was concerned about, since I couldn't quickly check in with them before, during, or after class like I normally would. It's hard to teach without being properly prepared, right? And I would give myself maybe a C grade at best with what I was coming up with on the spot in that survival mode. And so expecting teachers to plan, create, implement online curriculum in any capacity without properly providing us paid professional development is just irresponsible and a more moral failure to our students. We are hoping that we get this training before August so that we have time to learn, implement, and train.
Ms. Perkins, I need you to wrap up if you can.
Yeah, teaching is a complex profession. It takes a great deal of intellectual and emotional work to create meaningful and purposeful learning experiences. And so please trust us as teachers when we tell you what we need in order to succeed in this profession. Thanks.
Thank you. And last, we'll try Mahesh K again.
Hi, sorry for the problems before. I'm a parent of a high school and an elementary school student in PAUSD. It strikes me that the proposal to take a hybrid approach is a key reason why I see many of us being unsatisfied. It feels like this leaves everyone's needs unmet. I strongly feel that committing to 100% distance learning can ensure that both students and teachers' health can be met while at the same time provide an opportunity to meet learning goals. I fully understand that there are difficulties in delivering 100% remote learning, and there's a chance that we'll face difficulties. But I'd take a 100% guarantee on health and a small chance of missing learning goals over a significant risk to health and a guarantee to missing learning goals. Thanks for hearing me out.
Thank you. All right, so that is it for community comment. Thanks everybody for speaking. Lots of engagement, which is great. Board member questions and comments, I think, are next. And rather than go around, why don't we just have people raise hands and I'll call on people. Looks like Mr. Dauber, followed by Mr. Green.
I really appreciate all of the feedback from community members who took the time to come and speak to the board. I think I just want to share a little bit of my own perspective about the situation that's facing us. As Dr. Austin said, we're not getting, I don't know if he said this, but this is what I'll say. We're not getting good, clear leadership from our state government. The budget and legislation associated with it that was released, really is confused about the rules that govern distance learning, and may make it harder to do the thing that I think makes the most sense, which is to make sure that we have a robust distance learning option, particularly for our, well, for all of our students, but I would say particularly for our secondary students. I think the key thing for us to do is to look for a way forward that is achievable, that's as simple as possible, and that, as several speakers said, is robust to different developments that we can't control going forward. if we try to kind of tack to whatever the current guidance is from state government or other, kind of authorities, we're going to burn up the time that we have and not get to a good conclusion. I've seen references in several of the emails that I've received to Dublin Unified as a kind of a model district. Dublin is offering an online option, a fully in-school option, and a hybrid option, 3 options. And they're also implementing a learning management system all before school starts. That's crazy. That's doomed to fail. Because I think they're missing what's really critical, which is that we have an operational obligation to provide a reliable school for students beginning in 6 or 7 weeks. So the idea that you can deliver something that complex starting from where any of us are, it just makes no sense to me. And I think it would be a disservice to the community to try to do that. So I think that sort of job one is making sure that we can deliver an online offering that is good, that's reliable, and that that we can stand behind, and and particularly for elementary school students, that we provide in school offering that also works and that is consistent with the guidelines that we're receiving from our county health officers. So I would be comfortable, not happy, but comfortable with an online only option for our secondary schools to start with, and then understanding as quickly as possible how we can amend that with more in-person education. I think it's really critical that we not expect to, number one, do something that's as good as regular school, and 2, take on a challenge that's just too big for us to actually deliver on. So that's my reflections on this, and I think it's it's unfortunate that we're hearing something a little bit different from state government. I suspect that once this all gets clarified and they have to deal with reality too, that we'll see an option there that we can pursue. That's my those are my thoughts.
Thank you. All right, Ms. DiBrienza and then Mr. Darrow.
I also wanted to thank the community members for being here. I mean, at every board meeting, we have many, many parents staying late to make comments, many, many teachers staying late to make comments. And I think we all really appreciate the feedback and the care, the concern, the excitement, the nervousness. There's a lot of emotions in this entire situation. And I'm grateful to have so much community input here. I think in some ways I agree with Mr. Dauber, but not all of them. I do think that we need to simplify things a bit. I agree with you, Mr. Dauber, that trying to do all of the options is going to guarantee that we do none of them particularly well. And it's really important we get this right. I do think we're pretty guaranteed to have some, I mean, we're completely guaranteed to have some people doing online. There's a chance that everyone's going to be doing online. So it does seem like, given that our teachers generally are quite good with in-person learning, they've been doing it for a long time, it seems like really, and I believe, I guess my question to you, Dr. Austin, is, aren't we planning on providing professional development for teachers in how to do this distance learning as well as they can?
Yeah, I have a kind of a closing wrap up here at the end that will address part of it, but 2 things. First of all, I don't want people to have, like, I get this is super complicated, but I don't want people to have the impression there's been no training. That just isn't true. Our professional development logs show that that is quantifiably false. Now, is it adequate? Totally different. Again, we were in the moment, but we have a plan that can gear up right now over the summer. And we've talked about moving professional development days to the beginning of the year to have even more time So yes, professional development is a cornerstone of any plan to move forward.
Okay, thanks. So I think that given that we know what in-person learning looks like, and we don't know to what extent we'll be able to do it, it sounds like the learning curve there will be those sort of distance things that have to be put in place. But focusing our professional development and those learning opportunities for teachers on how to do this distance learning as effectively as possible, I think that puts us in a spot where if there's some subset of teachers that are doing distance learning, they'll be ready. If there is a big outbreak, if we are open to some extent and there's a big outbreak and we have to shut down, everyone will have some training in how to switch to that as efficiently as possible. And it sounds like we have that plan. So I think as long as we're focusing our professional development on how to make the online options as robust, as effective as we can, given our knowledge that it's just not the same as having kids in school. I think that we're not only talking about the technology of how you deliver that instruction, but we are a public school that has a responsibility to engage and educate all of the children that are in our district. So if there are kids that are having trouble focusing, that are struggling with anxiety, that are checked out, that have ADD, that cannot sit and focus in front of a computer, that's another challenge that we have to be working with, that we can't just say, well, they can't sit, so I can't teach them. We have to figure out what to do. So I think there's a lot of learning that's going to go on there, and hopefully we're going to find real pockets of people that find things that work for them, and our staff will be sharing. It sounds like our departments are working very closely together these days. And I think that can only help us share best practices and find what's working, and maybe even connect over certain students that are giving, that are having a hard time connecting, and those teachers can all talk about a plan for the student. So I appreciate that. I'm glad that that's where our professional development is focused. And yet I will stand by that if there are any safe ways that we can be in person, I cannot stress how important it is that I think for our students who are feeling really isolated and stressed and depressed and just really disconnected from peers, that any ways we can get them in some, human interaction, I think is better than not.
Thank you. Mr. Durrell.
Thank you. Thank you to the community members again who came out and spoke on this, who've emailed us. It is, this is a difficult plan to come up with, as Dr. Austin said, not only because it's difficult to create a learning plan in uncertain times, but because we, as Mr. Dauber said, don't have any solid guidance from the sort of powers that be. And that makes it almost impossible. So, I will echo both my colleagues in saying that the only certainty I think we have is that some sort of distance learning option is going to be necessary, whether that means that we're going to have distance learning for all our students for some period of time. And like Mr. Dauber, I would also be not happy with that, but be okay with it. Or if we have a hybrid option that involves some number of students distance because they're high risk or what have you, or because we need a distance learning option in the event that there is a second wave and the public health orders require us to close down schools. That distance option is going to be, I think, a certainty. And so really working on building that up is critical. And Dr. Austin, you've already said we're doing that, and we're having trainings in professional development. But the second part of that, I think, is not just the delivery of instruction, but also the social emotional supports that go along with that. Because as Ms. DiBrienza said, one of the biggest reasons to bring kids back to school is because there is an isolation. There is so much more, emotional and social oppression or mental oppression that happens when you're alone in your room, as one of the commenters said, in your room for the entire semester. And so doing what we can to build those supports in, not just in terms of offering, counselors, offering wellness supports, but also facilitating more group dynamics in the delivery of instruction, creating those opportunities for students in the same way we might have in the classroom. That I think is really important. One of the ways that I think we can do that, or at least figure out how to make our distance learning robust, both academically and social emotionally, is Dr. Austin, you had at one point mentioned the great resource we have in our neighbors at Stanford, and how at the beginning of this, there was an opportunity there to work together. And that's a resource that I think not every school district has, who's faced with the same challenges we are. And it's a resource I think we should really call upon. We have, and in no small part, thanks to you, Dr. Austin, fostered a very strong relationship with Stanford over the past year. And I think that, as Stanford has said numerous times, we're a part of the same community. And so those supports, I think, are now is as good a time as any to call upon that friendship and see what we can do to use some of the resources Stanford has. Universities have this down to a greater degree than school districts for a lot of reasons, including the fact that they don't have the same restrictions. But an institution like Stanford, I think, might be able to provide us with some more options to really build up our delivery of instruction via distance. Dr. Austin, is that a conversation that you've been having recently? I know you've had those conversations earlier briefly.
Less recently, more around the operations piece. They're still trying to hammer out the instructional piece themselves. But we're looking at some work that they're doing even around a distance school over there. So there's a definite opportunity.
Is that it, Mr. Drop?
That's it.
Ms. Bacon-Caswell, I don't see your hand up, but I'm guessing that it will be.
Well, you know what? I just want to say thank you to everybody who stayed so late to comment. And, you may have written to me and I may not have responded to every single person, but I've read every single email. This is a very hard puzzle to figure out. And as Dr. Austin said, we are quite hamstrung by the guidance that we're getting from our government and from public health. And we do have to, we need to work with that. So I don't have anything to add in terms of what I think should happen until I hear what our parameters are going to be. But I do want to thank everybody for staying on the line and making sure that we hear your ideas, because we're listening. We are looking for good ideas for sure.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple of quick comments, and then I think Dr. Austin, you want to take us out on this? Okay. Yeah, again, thank you to the people who spoke and to the many, many people who have written in, and I'm sure will continue to write in. This is an emotional topic. I mean, that it's interesting because it's got a lot of science, and we hear from medical professionals and people who have studied the numbers, but I think all of us have trouble. It's impossible to look at this without feeling the emotional impact it has both on our own families and on virtually every family that's involved in the district, and in the most vital and critical ways. I mean, we're talking about people's short-term and long-term health. We're talking about the education of their children. We're talking about both the academic aspects of that and the social, emotional, developmental aspects of it, mental health. I mean, these go to the most basic reasons that we're all alive. And so it's not surprising or I don't think it represents a failure that people are feeling very strongly about this and feel dissatisfied. I'm dissatisfied. I think every single board member is deeply dissatisfied with the situation that we're in. It is not a great situation, but I don't think we are corks on the ocean in many respects for both what the COVID virus wants to do, what our political leaders want to do, what our public health professionals think. Their own thinking evolves constantly. So we're trying to do the best job we can in a situation that is as emotional and fast changing and profound as any that I've ever been involved with in my life. I do think in the context of that, stepping back, it is really important to say, what can we deliver reliably? The one thing that is for sure is that things will not settle down. It's not like if we wait another week, there's a real tendency in this, and I've been subject to it certainly in the last few weeks, is like, if we wait another week, we'll figure this out, or this will become clear, or the public health guidelines will come out, or the budget will come out, or something will happen that will make it clear. And what, it's like getting hit over the head with a 2x4. Eventually you realize, no, it's not going to become clear. In fact, the surprises just keep on coming. The budget information that Dr. Austin shared and Ms. Chow shared about how instructional minutes will be being considered in the state budget, that was out of nowhere. We had no expectation that that would be the case. Now, it still may not be the case. And maybe that next week that's all sorted out and, there are waivers or they change their mind. But the thing that I really have come to believe is that there will always be for the foreseeable future, there will always be something that surprises and enrages us in our ability to control events. As the old Yiddish saying goes, if you want to make God laugh, tell him your plans. So I think in that environment, we have to step back and say, what can we reliably deliver? I really agree with what Mr. Dauber said earlier. It's like one of the things people want from government institutions generally, but school in particular, is some level of predictability. School, we can't make it up every day. We can't say, check Schoology in the morning and find out if you're coming or not, or if you're online or not, or just show up if you feel like it, and we'll make sure there's a spot for you. It can't work that way. Not only does it not operationally work, I think from an emotional and kind of just day-to-day living point of view, it just doesn't work. So our figuring out what we can reliably deliver. I mean, as Dr. Golton said earlier, 50 days. That's how many days we have before school starts, and we don't know what it's going to look like. And not only that, we don't have the health guidelines or the budget guidelines that we're going to operate under. So we need to, I think, take a step back and say, what can we reliably do? What can we deliver that will, as best as we can, meet the social, academic, health, and operational needs of our community and organization, and give people something they can hang on to, at least for a while, that will let them move forward with their lives, let them move forward with their educations, let them move forward. So I hope that's what we'll be able to do. I think it's coming on time where we kind of have to pull up and shoot. And so I hope we'll be able to do that in the next week or so. So we have a chance to focus, put our heads down and focus on implementation, not just on coming up with yet another plan. So that's what I got. Dr. Austin, did you want to take us out?
Well, that's a risky proposition, but sure. Just to echo a couple things. If distance learning were the desired approach, we would have built schools that way during good times. So no one is excited about having to go that direction, and want to be clear on that one. Tonight, we're talking about reopening plans, and a couple of people had said, well, if conditions are going to get worse and we're not going to reopen, I mean, we're not in the predictive business, but I can tell you this, if conditions are bad and we're told not to reopen, we won't, clearly. So if that wasn't clear in the intro, I want to make sure that's exceedingly clear on the back end, that we're going to follow that advice. And, of course, we'll have some debate about what we open with if we are allowed to open. Couple quick things on our call today with public health. 9% of the cases in Santa Clara County, confirmed cases, 9% were for people 20 years and younger. So I just want to make sure that there's a little perspective there, that the number of cases is not proportioned. It's disproportionately skewed to the other end of things. And I'm not saying that there's not a danger, that there's no health issues. I'm just saying let's if we're going to use math and science, let's use it in all cases. And here it's 9%. I do want to say that I agree with every teacher who expressed the challenges that are associated with reopening, either in person or through distance. Nobody is trying to discount or in any way diminish those realities. This is hard. And Mr. Collins, you mentioned about, how this looks and feels right now. I can tell you, in my career, nothing even resembles this in complexity and duration of the challenge. If that were the case, we wouldn't have 94% of all superintendents having no final plan at this point in time. Just gonna go down the other, we will serve students in August. We don't know how yet exactly, or if they'll be in person or online, but to everybody, we will be serving our students in August the best that we possibly can. And the last two things here real quick. The posted proposals, and when I talk about proposals, I'm talking about when people talk about the district's proposal, they do not include the iterations that we had in our hand before we had to push pause because the guidelines were coming forward. So I can't tell you what was in those proposals. We're not allowed to because there are negotiation rules that prohibit it. We cannot talk about what we are going to propose or what is in a thought until it has been presented to the other side. I'm going to take a little bit of a stretch though and tell everyone, tell all of our teachers that the proposal we had in many ways was a pretty large revision to what has been presented in the past. So if there are I'd love to be able to go through it step by step, but I can tell you that I've heard a lot of comments tonight about things that just don't even exist in the former or in the upcoming proposals. We just can't talk about them. So sorry, people might think the rules are silly, but the rules are there and we're going to follow them. And that's where I'll end it for tonight. I appreciate hearing everybody's comments. These are emotional times. These are, we're talking about kids and health and safety and all those things Mr. Collins hit. So thanks for everyone for your input. We listened and took notes throughout.
All right, thank you. And thank you again to all the people who spoke. Hey, so we've got 2 discussion items here, and then we've got 3 information items. And I know there's 1 information item that we have speakers who want to speak to. So I guess my question is, how much time are you thinking we'll spend on these 2 conceptual design items, which by the way are agendized for discussion, not for action?
I see Mr. Hodges is here and Dr. Golton. Perhaps they can give you a better time estimate.
What do you think, Dr. Golton? Do we need to spend? And this is approval of conceptual design, so.
I would anticipate for the 2 of them 15 minutes tops. These aren't number 50 items. These are what we're looking for in each one of them. You'll notice that the recommendations are the same. What we're looking for is simply a discussion, a notion that these are acceptable paths, and we can wait until August to get action on them. So I may as well just launch into it.
So why don't we, so maybe we should do this. I mean, if we can wait until August for action, then can we wait until August to review them and then approve them?
Well, what we're looking for here is we have these conceptual designs. We believe they're reasonable. We have budget for each one of them. And what we'd like to do over the summertime is we'd like to spend about no more than $50,000 on each one of them.
But you're not going to get any action from the board on this because this is a discussion item, right?
Right. But we have access to funds within our budget to spend less than $50,000 to do geotechnical study, to do hazmat, and to engage in a brief arborist review.
So why don't we do this? Why don't we do the items, and if we can keep the presentation as brief as you possibly can. Are there presentations with these items?
Yes, there are, and Tom will be brief.
Okay, Tom, I mean, I urge you to be brief because I do want to get to this item. We've got students staying up late not that students have trouble staying up late, but we have students staying up to speak to this item, so I don't want to shortchange them by having it the meeting run on longer than it needs to.
Right.
All right, go ahead, Tom. And why don't we do the items both together? I mean, we don't need to.
Good.
Okay. Ken, did you have your hand up for this?
No, I just wanted to second what you were saying. I mean, it's hard for me to believe that we're going to give feedback that's going to make staff not want to do hazmat or arborist studies. So I would say that, you know, this could be fairly pro forma, and then we'll have a, you know, action discussion.
And the property committee's reviewed this, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so go as fast as you practically can.
Okay, so I'll do that. I will share my screen. And so what we have is Hayes is our first project. Sorry, I'll just go through this way.
I was going to say, you're not going fast enough, Tom.
Yep. So here's our meetings that we held, and here's our master plan that we did in 2018. At Hayes, you'll see that this is the project that we're looking at, which is a new multi-purpose with 2 flex rooms, and then a new kinder wing over by where the old multi-purpose is now. Here's our existing campus. A couple of the big things we're trying to avoid or address are this NPR being tucked in the corner of the campus. It's not really great for servicing a lot of the classrooms. And then having these, you know, 3 5th grade classrooms out in portables with the kids club in between. It's kind of an awkward arrangement. This is just an aerial. So here's our plan that we're looking at. We're looking at creating sort of a kinder courtyard over here on the left. We're looking to move the 5th grade classrooms to this wing where there's an outdoor learning area. And then here's the new NPR with 2 enrichment labs. Just a couple aerials of what the building might look like. This is, you know, the new MP. There's going to be a outdoor dining area that's really part of the MP that really matches sort of the future plan for the campus. Here's the details you can go through in the slides of what particular spaces go in each campus. And then just a site section. So you can see the new building and the existing main building, really pretty similar in height. And with Rinconada Park being over to the right, you know, not a lot of issues there. So that's Hayes. If you want, I can launch right into Escondido as well.
Why don't you? And then we'll take questions on both.
Excellent. Okay. That look good?
Yep.
Okay, here's our here's the meetings that we've held since we re-engaged with the Escondido campus. This is our existing campus as it is today. The bottom is Escondido Road. Stanford Avenue is off to the left. Here we are looking at a new NPR and a new admin wing with 2 enrichment labs for the campus. This was our master plan that we did back in 2018 with a different leadership team. You'll see that our plan departs quite a bit from this plan here. So here's the plan we're proposing. It's a new NPR down in the corner with an admin here located to improve security onto the campus. 2 enrichment labs backed by the solar array. And then just some renovation within the library to enhance the resource and learning centers. Here's our, sorry. There's our massing model. We are meeting with Bing Nursery School next week to talk about the proximity of these 2 buildings and what it looks like from their perspective. So we are going to do a site visit from their perspective. Here's the details of what we're doing here. You can see there's a learning center on the right-hand side, a resource center, and then some new counseling and specialist rooms. And then here would be the new building. So here's your entrance to the campus. an entrance to the admin wing where we have offices here, staff workrooms and lounges there. And then another entrance into the NPR. We have a servery, restrooms, stage, and some support spaces. And site section here, you can kind of see the old MP is dashed in. With it being a larger MP, it's a little larger building. So we'll probably be working with Bing to, there's a lot of trees here, so they didn't anticipate any problems, but we are going to meet with them specifically and make sure they're okay. So that's it. We'll be ready for questions and comments.
Oh, and let me add that we've provided for an accessible playground at each school.
Wonderful. All right. Oh, I thought, yeah, well, looks like we do have, well, keeps coming and going. We have maybe one community comment. No, keeps coming on and off, so maybe not. Well, let's try it. So P. McMillan. P. McMillan? Maybe it was a rogue mouse click. All right, so I also see Ms. Baden-Caswell.
Yeah, thank you very much for these presentations, and I really do appreciate that you're making the time to go to the neighbors for each school and making sure that we don't end up with problems that are hard to rectify later. So that's terrific, Tom and Bob. I have a question about Hayes. What is our enrollment at Hayes right now? How many strands do we have?
Let me make actually a comment about Hayes. Right now, this plan calls for 3.5 strands. However, we can not only increase it by virtue of leaving some of the portables on campus, we can also decrease it down to 3 strands. So it's at 3.5, but we can wait until actually even past November when we're going to come back for schematic design to make a final decision on that.
Dr. Austin, do you remember how many strands there are at Hayes?
I want to say 360
strands.
Was that in the response I sent to the board, Ms. Baden-Caswell?
I didn't specifically ask that. I just, basically right now, when you walk around at Hayes, there's a lot of classrooms that are being used for non-traditional classroom purposes, or there was before shelter in place. And so I suspect we're actually below 3 strands right now, but I don't know that for sure. And so I'm just going to bring up the concern I had before, and thank you, Dr. Galton. That's good to know that we can make the decision later on. I think that we're going to be having a hard time staying at 3 strands at Hayes based on enrollment projections. And so I'm very reluctant to go forward with a plan that takes us beyond 3 strands, although I'm completely open to one that would allow us to phase in more later on. I feel like we made some decisions at some of the other schools like Duveneck that, maybe if we had had a different conversation, we may not have gone to 4 strands.
Yeah. Well, again, as I said, we're anywhere from 3 to 4 strands for this plan.
Okay.
It shows 3.5.
I can answer your question, Ms. Baden-Caswell, if you like.
Yeah.
345 students and 3 and 2/3 strands is the current enrollment.
Okay, well, we must have a bubble or something. And anyway, Mr. Collins is well aware of what my concern is here because he's said these concerns as well himself. I just want to make sure we don't overbuild and then ask ourselves why we did that.
Well, again, as I said, we have the flexibility to be down to 3 strands.
Okay.
I know the property committee is mindful of this too, right?
Yes, we've reviewed it with the property committee.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And actually, I believe we had the same question there.
So if there are no other questions, we can move on to the information items. Are there any other questions on this? Seeing none, thank you, Dr. Golden and Mr. Hodges. That was great. They look great. All right, so now we'll move on to information items. Now, these are items that are presented for information only. There's no staff report or action to be taken. Usually I ask the board members in advance whether they're going to want to speak to any of these items, but tonight I'll simply, well, I know we have expecting public comment on item C, the Title IX update. So if there are people who are interested in speaking on item C, now would be the time to raise your hand in Zoom, or to, if you're dialed in, to press *9 on your phone. And while we're waiting for those people to register, are there any items on any board member comments on items A and B?
Mr. Collins, could I make a motion to extend the meeting time, as we're 5 minutes or 6 minutes away from our.
Thank you. What's your motion?
I move that we extend the meeting to 11:15.
Second.
All right, moved by Mr. Dauber, second by Mr. Drop. Dr. Austin, can you take the vote?
Yep. Ms. DiBrienza,
Aye.
Ms. Peyton Caswell,
Aye.
Mr. Dauber,
Aye.
Mr. Dara, Mr. Collins.
I also vote aye. So any comments on items A or B? Ms. Peyton Caswell, is your hand up for that?
My hand's up for the last one.
Okay. So if there are no comments on A or B, we'll move immediately to C. And shall we take public comment first? That's what I'm thinking. All right, so we'll take public comment, and I think this is primarily on item 8C, Title IX update, end of year summary. And the first up is Annika Rao. I won't butcher the last name. Maybe you can say it. Followed by Rachel Sun.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Annika Rao Mrithyunjaya. I am currently a rising senior at Gunn, and I'd like to begin by acknowledging the board's focus on the incredibly important COVID-19 crisis and the issue of reopening schools in the fall. We've spoken to the Deputy Superintendent, Karen Hendricks, on potentially backing out of speaking at this meeting entirely. And while we want to be conscious of the board's priorities and time constraints, we do also believe that the safety and the well-being of students is something that we should take very seriously. And the issue of sexual violence is extremely integral to that. With that, I would just like to give more of a summarizing thought. The possible consequences of hastily adopting the proposed reforms could far outweigh any benefits. The district's responsibility, as one student explained in an anonymous survey, is to, quote, keep the school environment safe and take any sexual violence claims seriously. This means the victim should be kept safe during the process and their claims should be heard and acted on. In order to maintain this, we urge you to take a few necessary actions to continue protecting students and staff in PAUSD. First, pay close attention to the legal challenges in the state and federal judicial systems and how that may affect the implementation of the Title IX reforms, and hold back on any modifications to current PAUSD policy until those legal challenges are settled. Second, require immediate, mandatory, and comprehensive cyberbullying and online sexual harassment training for students and faculty, in addition to the pre-existing learning. Third, continue the Anea Bogue Healthy Relationships lesson throughout the 2020 to 2021 school year. And fourth, provide more extensive training for current staff members on providing assistance to student victims and offer more resources for student victims on and off of PAUSD campus. I would like to end what I'm saying with one final thought from an anonymous fellow student that I believe summarizes everything we have to say quite well. They wrote, "These are our bodies, these are our schools, and this is our education. We just want to know that the government and the law is on our side and be unafraid to come forward when we feel hurt or threatened." I don't think that's too much to ask. Thank you, and I hope you're ready to hear from all of my colleagues and peers.
Thank you, we are. So it looks like we have 10 or 11 hands raised, so we'll be doing 2 minutes each. All right, next up is Rachel Sun, followed by Malia Chun.
Thank you. My name is Rachel Sun, and I am a current rising senior at Gunn High School. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the tremendous amount of work the board has put into crafting protective policies and training staff in recent years. As students, we are grateful for the constant willingness to hear from students and improve in this aspect, which is why we are addressing the board now and why we sent in an initial letter. As I'm sure some of you know, there's a Facebook page out there called Gun Confessions. Students are encouraged to share a crush, an unpopular opinion, or a secret. After former Pali student and current Berkeley student Nicholas Zhou's case gained attention, confessions regarding sexual assault became common. I want to make it clear that students are not suddenly experiencing sexual assault more frequently than before. These confessions reflect frustrations that have been felt by students who have been failed for years. I'd like to take a few minutes to read some of them out loud. What I'm about to say contains mentions of sexual harassment, assault, and violence. If anyone is sensitive to this content, please take any measures to take care of yourself. 1. I am an alumni. In my senior year, I was verbally and sexually assaulted by a coach and some peers. A teacher watched some of this happen and told me she was going to have to report it for my safety and well-being, and they were required to by law. When I got pulled into the office, I decided I wasn't going to be quiet anymore. It took a lot of courage to explain what happened and had been happening. I dealt with this case. Administration chose to ignore the situation and did not push the people who had done this to me, even though there's evidence in the form of video cameras, my statement, and a statement from another teacher. 2. One senior this year has 3 restraining orders for stalking his female classmates, and another has sexually assaulted 2 girls, and while both were reported with multiple witnesses and evidence, neither faced consequences. While I don't mean to vilify the administration or assign blame, it's clear that for many students, their attackers got off scot-free and remain at school. The changes Title IX will bring to PAUSD will make these confessions commonplace. As students and survivors, we urge the board to hold off on taking any action on the DeVos regulations. At the same time, it's not enough to simply wait. We are severely disappointed by the lack of adequate education and accountability. Dozens of students are going to school unsafe on a campus where they see their attacker on a daily basis. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to being able to cooperate on continuing to improve upon PAUSD's policies.
Thank you. All right, next up, Malia Chun, followed by Quentin Swindles.
Hi, can you hear me?
We do.
Okay, hi, I'm Malia Chun, a member of the RISE Student Task Force and a 2020 graduate of PALI. And I'd like to build on the discussion of Title IX by addressing another aspect of sexual violence issues, extensive education, which would prevent these problems in the first place. As schools move partially or even wholly online, sexual harassment and bullying does not stop. It merely moves online. We need an immediate and comprehensive training for all students and faculty on online stalking, harassment, sending and/or requesting child porn, extortion, and abuse. We ask that all teachers and students be made aware immediately what the aforementioned activities look like and how to handle them. According to psychologist Lisa Damore, 2/3 of girls ages 12 through 18 report receiving requests for explicit images. Imagine how this might be increasing as students spend less time in person and are living more of their lives virtually due to the coronavirus. We ask that you ensure that the district's promise of healthy relationships training go forward in an online manner for the 2021 school year or for as long as school is taught online, and that all faculty, staff, and students be trained immediately on how to report cybersexual bullying and what steps the district is taking to protect students from this form of sexual harassment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, great. Next is Quentin Swindles, followed by Anonymous.
Hello, dear board members and fellow students. My name is Quentin Swindles, and I'm a rising senior at Gunn High School. I'd like to provide my own personal experiences as one of the many victims who never reported a Title IX case to the board today, because I think they hold some valuable lessons. I think my fear of reporting began in a private elementary school in Sunnyvale, where I was bullied for 2 continuous years and the school admin ignored my complaints. I started to fear how schools would respond to cases, especially one so emotionally involved as a case of rape. And unfortunately, in many ways, I believe I was right. After seeing what many of my friends and fellow students had to go through with their Title IX cases, especially the publicity each case gets, I am actually glad I never made a report, and if nothing else, that should be a sign of a very broken system. More specifically, however, I'd like to bring your attention to an instance involving the Ania Bogue lessons, and one of the many oversights made while holding them in self classes at Gunn. There were no trigger warnings to the lessons beforehand. I think it's clear what happened. Math teachers, science teachers, English teachers were all required to hold a discussion on sexual misconduct without enough training or providing them the option to opt out in case they were not comfortable providing the lessons due to some triggering past of their own. Furthermore, students were not provided the option of having a smaller setting with more highly trained personnel. such as a hired psychologist, in case they had experienced something triggering in the past. In my experience, my environment consists of a few friends along with a large group of immature boys who made jokes and played video games the entire time. Not exactly the most welcoming space. You might be wondering, what does this all mean? How does this fit into the greater picture of Title IX reform? Well, primarily, I believe it's crucial to place more time and effort into training teachers to deal with sexual misconduct cases and provide more accessible resources for students both on and off campus. I also think that more emphasis should be placed on providing safe spaces for students to express themselves, as opposed to solely in-self classes, where they may not feel comfortable sharing. Finally, I believe it's critical for the district to try to prevent the massive amount of publicity caused by Title IX cases to the best of their ability, so as to protect both victims and perpetrators. Thank you for your time, and I hope you take my words into consideration.
Thank you. All right, next up is Anonymous, followed by Steffi Jackson.
Before I start, I would like to preface that for privacy's sake, I'm choosing to stay anonymous. Also, my story includes mentions of sexual assault and relationship abuse, so if these are known triggers for you, please do what you must to ready yourself mentally. September of my sophomore year, I was sexually assaulted by a classmate of mine at Gunn High School. Although the assault occurred off campus, the same student had been emotionally abusive towards me for years prior and had sexually harassed me before on and off campus. In order to understand my story, it is important to note that I believe this boy was a close friend. My freshman year, during a study period in our biology class, he stuck his hand up my skirt. I had a date later that day with another guy, and he told me that this was my last chance. My sophomore year, he invited me to his house and proceeded to sexually coerce and assault me. He didn't speak to me for weeks after the assault. I blame myself. I felt that I had been the one to mess up by being hesitant and telling him that I didn't want to do it. In May of my sophomore year, I came to school crying because of a series of abusive texts he sent me the previous night regarding the assault. My English teacher at the time comforted me. I opened up to her, told her I was assaulted and abused, and when she took me to the office to report it, no one was there to listen. She then took me to the wellness center where I was told they would call me in again to take a formal report. I was never called in. In September of my junior year, I was tired of waiting for the school to help me, so I went to the office and reported all these things to Gunn again. While being interviewed, admin asked me overly personal questions and unrelated questions regarding my sex life and sex acts, which made me feel extremely uncomfortable, and also made inappropriate comments regarding my appearance. When I asked if these questions were necessary, they implied that if I didn't answer, it would make my case sound weak. Another time during an interview, the admin's phone was continuously ringing due to personal reasons, which distracted them from fully listening to my case. In fact, when my case was closed, there were numerous errors in the Title IX write-up. As my case was being investigated, a no contact order was issued between me and my assaulter for my safety. Over and over again, he ignored this no contact order, and so did the Gunn admin. My reports were not taken seriously, despite the fact that I provided proof. My story with Gunn and Title IX has always been a he said, she said situation, and somehow his word has always been weighted greater than mine. The day I found out that he was let off the hook by PAUSD, something broke in me. I was relying on the school to discipline him, to teach him that what he was doing was wrong. Instead, they let him go with what he did to me. Today, I'm sure that filing a Title IX against my abuser did nothing but worsen my situation. School became triggersome. I was unable to keep a consistent attendance. I never felt safe, and I was diagnosed with PTSD. To this day, my abuser still confidently violates his no contact order regularly. Once he sat right next to me and my friends and I at lunch, which triggered me to have an anxiety attack. Yet I was hesitant to report this violation as Gunn consistently has done nothing to punish him. He laughs about the assault with his friends, is openly able to participate in the clubs which he slandered me to, and is able to live his life with no consequences for what he did to me. If PAUSD cooperates with the Trump administration now, my case, which was horribly mishandled, will become the norm for so many survivors. PAUSD has a history of sweeping cases under the rug, and as a student and survivors, we are afraid of the new regulations will simply enable this type of conduct and ultimately encourage the administration to continue it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. All right, next up is Steffi Jackson, followed by Ryan Lee.
Hi there. I first want to take the time to thank the anonymous speaker who just spoke, considering the amount of strength that it took to stand in front of you guys and speak about their experience. All right. I'm a recent Gunn graduate and I'm now rising sophomore in college.
Steffi, I think your mic needs to be moved back to your mouth.
I understand that it would be preferable to tackle these Title IX regulations.
Hey, Steffi.
When the district is not burdened by the COVID-19 pandemic and all the work.
Hey, Steffi, I think we're having trouble. We're having trouble hearing you.
Oh.
Oh, now you're back. You want to start over again? I think we lost you when you started reading your statement.
Okay. All right, sorry. Can you hear me now?
We do.
Okay. So I understand, I wanted to say that I understood that it's difficult for the the district right now, which is burdened with dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic. But it is exactly that reason why it is so important for you and the board to pay attention and understand the severity of these regulations. Sweeping this issue under the rug or putting it off until later days is exactly what the Trump administration and Betsy DeVos want you to do. The Palo Alto School District cannot sit idly by as cruel and unbelievably dangerous regulations are passively adopted. If you do not address this issue, it will not come back in the form of 10 or so speeches at a board meeting. It will come in the form of students being sexually harassed and not protected by the school district they belong to. It will come in the form of parents who do not have the ability to regulate online predators, but their children will become victims of this if the school district does not do its job. It will come in the form of Brock Turner. It will come in the form of Nicholas Zhao, predators of whom both victims were attacked on campus of their affiliated school. Campuses should be where kids feel safe. And it's a telling truth that kids feel more comfortable posting on gun confessions, where hundreds and potentially thousands of people will read and know their story than to go into a private room with their counselor or administrator. There needs to be trust in the system that something will be done if they go to a school administrator. Right now, students are lacking that trust. My greatest concern today is that maybe you will listen to our call and take action and decide to ignore these new Title IX regulations. But in addition to that, you ignore the underlying issues that have been brought up by my fellow speakers. Palo Alto has problems with the way that it deals with sexual assault and harassment. This district needs to protect its students from regulations like these and unwanted tendencies to ignore sexual assault cases and sweep them under the rug. So don't go home and be concerned about what we said for the rest of the week and then promptly move on. Because the people who have been sexually harassed and assaulted and those who will be sexually harassed and assaulted if these Title IX regulations go through will not be moving on from their assaulters if they are let loose by the actions, if their school administration continues to let things slide under the rug. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Ryan Lee, followed by Casey Gow.
Hi, my name is Ryan Lee. I'm a recent graduate from Gunn High School. And fellow students, honorable board members, we're here today to discuss the impending implications of Betsy DeVos's Title IX reforms. Removal of a requirement to investigate Title IX complaints within the 60 days of their filing, implementation of cross-examination by assaulters' family or legal representatives, and the option to make clear and convincing evidence a standard for investigations makes victims even less likely to report sexual assault than they already are. According to PAUSD's log of reports and complaints of discrimination, 93 Title IX cases have been closed within the 2019-2020 school year. However, in 2019 and 2020 resolution agreement of PALI students, we found that over half the students who answered the survey felt the school's response to their report was grossly inadequate. This number is already staggering. And I think we can already agree that with any change to the current legislation, we must be extremely careful that this reporting ratio does not further drop. According to one student, it is already hard. You get ostracized, cut out, judged, and blamed. Thus, we must closely examine the district ramifications for each potential change and the effects that each change could hold. With that being said, I, on behalf of students of the district, implore you, the board, to listen carefully to our voices and thoughts, as in the end, this decision isn't for the district. It isn't for the teachers, nor the administrators or the principals, but for the students. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Casey Gow, followed by Star Teachout.
Hello, I'd like to take a couple minutes to comment on the severity of Title IX changes. I understand that PAUSD has a long history of writing protective policies and carrying out in-depth training for staff members. And I'd like to reiterate the duty that PAUSD has to all its students when it comes to protecting survivors. As you all know, Secretary of Education Betsy DeVos's regulations undermine Title IX protections and include many very concerning changes to K-12 schools. Among these are, firstly, a shift from preponderance of evidence standard to, quote, clear and convincing evidence standard, which will force students to report their attackers to adults who oftentimes will not believe them. Secondly, requiring schools to hold cross-examinations, which will unfairly subject a survivor of sexual violence to re-traumatization, as they are forced to answer questions from their attackers' parents or friends. Thirdly, eliminating the 60-day investigation limit. And lastly, redefining sexual harassment as, quote, unwelcome conduct on the basis of sex that is so severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive that it effectively denies a person equal access to the school's education program or activity. This definition of sexual harassment is so incredibly strict, it will effectively allow schools to invalidate the experiences of a majority of their students. All in all, these changes will force students who already experience the guilt and shame that comes with reporting sexual harassment incidents at all to subject themselves to unnecessarily long and arduous investigations where authority figures at school are legally required to approach the situation from a place of distrust. Schools will be forced to consider only the most extreme cases of sexual harassment, which will leave the vast majority of cases unnoticed. Currently, collaborating with the Trump administration on these changes is the last thing students and community members want. As you know, the Department of Education is being sued by multiple civil rights organizations regarding these changes, and these changes will likely be reversed if Trump is not reelected. The district must not be too hasty to adopt these policies while the courts are still reviewing the legality of DeVos's regulations. We will also notice that the court will have to resolve questions of conflicts between California law, which protects survivors, and the Trump administration, which does not. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. All right, Star Teach Out, followed by Henry Poole.
Hello, thank you for your time. Thank you really to all the students for sharing their painful assault experiences and all their thoughts on how to reduce sexual harassment and assault in our schools. My comments have to do not with that specifically, but with how we're reporting the legal fees related to those cases. My understanding is that we used to post those legal fees in our monthly agendas, and now they're on the consent calendar. And I'd like to ask that they return to the main general meetings, because it keeps the issue in our minds, and it also keeps pressure on all of us, including yourselves, to handle these cases to the best of our ability. There's no doubt that our administrators should have a priority in the training, because I've heard people mention that students and teachers need training, but many of the cases have been mishandled by administrators. So I really want to make sure that they are included in that. And then, you know, it would be really nice at the end of every year if we would present an updated summary of our legal expenses for our Title IX cases. If you're able to do that in July or August, that would be appreciated after your bills are in. And would that include settlements? Lastly, to provide an accurate, up-to-date summary of the OCR resolution agreements for the school year, how many were closed this year, how many are open from previous years, and how many new ones this year are still open, just so that we can keep on top of this entire issue. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and now Henry Poole, and our final speaker is Catherine Bramlett.
Hi, I'm Henry Poole, a student at Gunn High School. I wanted to speak on the Department of Education's changes to Title IX regulations, which would greatly hurt students with regards to sexual harassment and discrimination in schools. I urge the district to seriously consider the impact of these changes from the Department of Education and carefully guide district policy to be least harmful to survivors. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and now last speaker, Catherine Bramlett.
I'm Katie Bramlett. I am a fourth grade teacher at Addison Elementary, and I'm so grateful to hear these high school students' voices advocating for themselves and others. And I actually am here with an elementary perspective. In this online learning environment, children are getting into mischief. Teachers are unable to monitor student work in Google Drive. Our learners are very young children. We are putting the burden on them to self-report incidents of bullying and inappropriate behavior. We're putting a huge burden on already overwhelmed parents to monitor all activity in Google Drive. Teachers do not know how to protect students or follow up and monitor behind the scenes digital malfeasance. In my case, a student who was targeted came to me for help. In countless cases across the country, students don't take this positive step. Rather, they internalize negative things being said about them, suffer in silence with negative images, and begin down a road of psychological trauma, self-harm, or worse. I emphasize I am talking about 9 and 10-year-olds. These students need our support, our guidance, and our protection. I appreciate the district's Title IX teacher training and the clarity and safety around the Title IX process at my site by Principal Boyce. This new online learning ecosystem, however, requires agile management from the district office. Please bump it up the list of priorities. Our online ecosystem, as PAUSD has currently set it up, is a minefield for our youngest learners. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that is it with public comment. And now we can take comment from or questions from board members. And Ms. Bacon-Caswell, you've had your hand up for a while, so please go ahead.
Yeah, my hand was originally up because I wanted to know where we stood on our Office of Civil Rights agreement and where we were on that, how many reports are still open or investigations are still opened, and what were the next steps. But now after hearing our students, I have a further question, and that is, what does our training look like right now for teachers and staff? And what do we need to do differently in the fall? Because it doesn't sound like, you know, obviously this is a self-selected sample, but it sounds like there's still enough issues going on that we haven't cracked the code on this. And, you know, this has been an issue for so long here, and we've had such a focus on it for so long that I would hope that we would get to a point where the students that came to speak to us talked about how well we handled situations, and we're not there. Dr. Austin.
There are going to be some questions that I may ask that we come back on. I can see, and Derek, help me out on this. It looks to me like Megan is in the attendee list with her hand up. If we can promote her, I would be okay with that if you are, Mr. Collins.
Yes, please. For the audience members, that's Megan Farrell, who's the district's Title IX coordinator.
I'm trying. Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you, Megan.
Okay, great. I'm sorry, trying to unmute my video here. Oh. There we go. Hi. Okay. Ms. Bacon-Caswell, to respond to your question about the resolution agreement. Our resolution agreement by term would have expired at the end of February. At that point, we would get a letter from OCR indicating that they were not monitoring us any longer. That letter we have not yet received, but been in touch with OCR, who said due to COVID and not being able to be in their office, they haven't finished the review of our documents from last year. So we would have sent all of our UCP complaints back in June 30th was the deadline for last year's production of documents. So they have not gotten through all of that because they're not in the office. I offered to send them things digitally, but they just aren't there yet. So we're waiting for that. Until we have that, we're operating as if the resolution agreement is fully in effect. To your question with regard to training, we provided online training this year for all of our staff. That was completed by 100% of all of our employees. This is the first year we got to 100% completion rate. I have been in touch with some of the students that were on that call and been speaking with them about some of their concerns around the new regulations. In the fact that we've gotten this many callers from one school would say to me that we need to focus more of our training efforts specifically at Gunn. If you recall, some of the initial efforts when I was here were really focused at Pally based upon some of the experiences that they had had. But I think I have spoken with Wendy Stratton, the new principal, about who the designated Title IX folks are there. They've designated 2 of the assistant principals this year instead of just 1. And we have scheduled training for those individuals in restorative justice around Title IX, how to conduct an investigation. These are external trainings, I should say, as well as our office, the Title IX office and General Counsel's office. We just completed a 2-day training on the new regulations in Title IX and how schools can, K-12 schools can implement things. And part of that training I should just mention was certainly not this idea that we're implementing K-12 changes under the new regulations because we want to. As council last week said, it's the law and we're going to have to make changes, but how we can also have an opportunity to have a process for things that no longer fit within the specific definition of what Title IX says is sexual harassment right now. So the idea is we're not in a position at the end of this to ignore everything else, although the regulations would allow us to dismiss a lot of things, but that we would find opportunities and find processes to see what we can do to still support the students that bring these complaints to us. As Eve Fitchner said in her last discussion, the idea of having an interim policy sounds really good to me in light of the fact that we could have an administrative change. Joe Biden, if he becomes president, was a huge supporter of the Title IX changes made in 2011. He was the face of those changes for the Obama administration quite often. And I think even the person he says he expects to select for OCR has said that they will make changes. So that's just a couple of responses. I'm not sure if I answered everything for you, Ms. Baton-Caswell.
I think you did well enough for tonight. Don, I think in the fall, maybe we need to have a little check-in on how we're doing at some point in the fall. You know, did we do the trainings we needed to do? How are we doing? How many complaints do we have? Have we heard back on our current Office of Civil Rights agreement?
Yes, and we would certainly, we do monthly reports. We would certainly get you up to date with all of that. One more piece of the training that I would add is that we do meet monthly with our Title IX point people at every school site and provide additional training for them, as well as an opportunity to discuss not the specifics of cases, but ways to handle things better, ways to put interim measures, which was called interim measures previously, but will be called supportive measures going forward, and making sure that we're documenting all of the contact we have with students to make sure that things don't fall through the cracks. Now, I took copious notes from what the students said here and plan to follow up extensively with some of the students I know that were on this call, as well as the administrators, because I'm sure I'm as unhappy as all of you are at what was stated.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Darrop, followed by Mr. Dauber.
Thank you. First of all, a really big thank you to the students who spoke, especially the ones who spoke about how these issues have personally affected them. It's an incredibly brave thing and a difficult thing to do, and it's something that I think needs to be heard, because what was painted was a picture of these trainings not sticking, of us being in a similar position to the one we have been in, which is where we have teachers and staff who undergo training and then all of a sudden or continually it doesn't take. Why do we continue to have problems with getting staff and administrators and teachers to properly deal with issues around Title IX? I don't know. I mean, we've dedicated a whole lot of person power to this and a whole lot of board and district time, and yet these problems keep happening. So, Ms. Farrell, it is gratifying to hear the concrete steps that you're taking, and that there are going to be more more site level oversight at Gunn to directly address the issues that were brought up here. But I guess this goes to, what is the institutional issue that we are having that is preventing us from, as Ms. Baden-Caswell said, from, receiving only good news? Well, what is the root of that issue? I don't know, and it's certainly something that I think we really need to focus more on. To the second part of that, the Title IX regulations. Mr. Dauber said last time something. I don't want to misconstrue your words, Mr. Dauber, so you'll correct me if I'm wrong. But these regulations don't go into effect until August, and it's better for us to wait to see what happens, because by the time November rolls around, I mean, we may very well be in a situation sooner rather than later where the regulations are going to be reversed. So it's better for us to sort of take our time and not rush to implement what is right now, questionable regulations that have come down from this administration. And the question of how to implement and how to incorporate the regulations, if and how to incorporate the regulations into our board policies, is going to fall initially on the Board Policy Review Committee, which is the committee that Mr. Dauber and I sit on. And I can't speak for the committee, but I can say that personally, I have no intention of recommending policies that are going to loosen protections for victims of sexual assault or harassment or violence, or increase the burden on them. And I understand from our attorney last time that there are certain restrictions that are in place in the new rules, and because of that, there are going to be increased burdens. But I would challenge our attorneys to really examine whether that's the case. As someone who practices law and deals a lot with laws, I know for a fact that there's always a way. There is no reason why we need to accept that protections or burdens are going to change in favor of defendants in this case, in Title IX cases. So I think I look forward to taking a really deep look at the regulations and how we implement them in BPRC. And to that end, I've briefly spoken with Ms. Vishakan. BPRC, under the BPRC's charge, occasionally BPRC can elicit ad hoc members from other committees to be involved in discussions around specific policies. And it's my understanding that Ms. Vishakan is going to invite a couple of members from the RISE task force, a student representative and a parent, to be involved in the BPRC's formulation and implementation of the new Title IX regs into our own policies. And that's something I think is a fantastic idea, because honestly, we're going to need all of the input we can get to do it right. So again, thank you very much for speaking on this, and it is something which I have intend to put great attention to as we move forward.
Mr. Dauber, followed by Mr. Brienza.
I'll try to be as brief as I can. Thank you to the students for for coming and staying, and also for bringing a lot of insight and thinking, both in terms of personal experience, which is really wrenching, and also a real understanding of, of the context for this. I really want to underline what Mr. Durup just said, which is that the BPRC, and I think ultimately the board, is going to look at these new regulations from the Trump administration. I have no interest in carrying, Donald Trump's water or Betsy DeVos's water on this stuff, and I devoutly hope and expect that we won't be seeing them for much longer. So I hope that staff is listening and understands that this is a policy decision at the board level about how to handle these new regulations, and this isn't simply a question of implementation. And I say that because I'm looking at the information item, and the first item is that that the Title IX office will implement initiatives that include incorporating the final rules on Title IX, which are the regulations that we're talking about, into policies, procedures, and the first item is, as far as I can see, there is no board level authorization to do that, and I don't want staff to be taking action until that happens. And if staff has a different perspective on that, then I want to hear it now, so that we can, make a more definitive statement at the board level, if that's what we need to do. At least that's my perspective. And I think
I could just to respond to that we don't intend to follow anything other than our regular practice going through the BPRC.
Okay. Great.
That is,
Thank you.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear that. Mr. Drops outlined, I think, a very deliberate process of thinking and investigation and so forth. I think we should go through that and get legal advice, based on where I think we actually are. So I appreciate Ms. Farrell hearing that. That relieves my concern on that point. I am concerned on the restorative justice point. I don't think we have time to go into it now, but I think restorative justice has a somewhat checkered history in dealing with issues of sexual harassment and assault. And so I want to kind of put a pin in that, but also, I want to kind of second Ms. Baton-Caswell's request that we have a kind of an early discussion of this issue too, because I want to make sure that we're not going down a road that produces, that puts victims of potential victims into situations that are negative for them. I wanted to follow up on a couple of points that the students made, which I thought were particularly important. One was about the fact that, as we move more of our school life online, that it's important that we get training for students and staff that, is specifically focused on that. What are our plans there, or what do you think our needs for plans are if we don't have them?
I would say there's two elements to it. Number one, as one of the teachers mentioned, and I don't know if this was if it was the teacher that was on, made a comment with regard to the fact that how are we using technology? So is Google Share Drives the best way for us to manage classrooms, because there are some limitations on restrictions that we could put in place. I believe that the whole idea of online harassment, discrimination is something we have to address this year in our training, as we, spent a good deal of tonight's discussion about we don't know exactly where we're going to be online, in face-to-face, or some hybrid of the two. So I think we have to do more training for our teachers and staff about responding to that. I will say that I have had a few matters bubble up to my attention. So I do believe that the training about reporting up has gotten through to teachers, and I think we just need to continue that. I think we have to do a better job educating the students across the board, as well as addressing some of these cyberbullying situations. Certainly, online elements play a huge role in sexual harassment already outside of the classroom, and certainly things that we deal with. But I think that there's a lot of ground we can cover with regard to education of the students. And I've been working with Ms. Vishenkin on some of this and trying to make sure that, number one, we're in front of the students, whether that's online or face-to-face, as the school year starts. And number two, that we also produce some training videos that are available online in our Title IX website, so that students can come and look at those things and say, if I want to file a complaint, what are my options? What do I need to look into? What's this UCP process? Things like that. So it's available at their option across during the whole school year.
That sounds great. I would love to have, when we do have the session that we discussed early in the next year, a kind of a clear plan for what that looks like, and a kind of briefing about what it will contain. I think that would be really helpful. Thank you, Ms. Farrell. I'm gonna yield, because I know we're close to the time that I set for the end of this thing. So go ahead.
I was about to point out that irony. Yes.
Okay, thanks. I know I have very little time, so I will not.
You have 7 minutes. So.
Oh, you don't have any minutes? I have one board operation too, but I won't waste time.
I have, no, please use the time.
So thank you for the students for sharing your stories. I, on behalf of, as a board member, apologize for those experiences. And I think we all concur that there's more work to be done. So I'll just rush through here. One of the big questions I had was what Mr. Dauber just asked about, with so many students being online and us having less FaceTime with them. Obviously this online harassment is going to be a big deal, and also just off-campus assault. And if we don't have FaceTime with kids, it's going to be harder to help support them and deal with that. So I appreciate the attention to that in the coming months as teachers are learning more about online training. The other one is just education at all levels. Early consent training in elementary schools, a robust middle school program. I mean, I think part of the problem here is that we're working against a very strong culture that has a long history in our popular culture of encouraging and normalizing behavior that I think a lot of students, if we don't explicitly talk about it from a young age, there is not a sense that it is not okay behavior. And so I don't think it's just educating. I think it's also doing some uneducating from what they're seeing in movies and on TV shows and comedians and, the works. So I think us really revisiting at some point soon this K-12 look at this work and what that looks like early on. And how we can start it early. So obviously nothing we're going to solve tonight, but the online component, the distance learning component, and the education K-12, I think can really move the needle for us on this. That's it.
Thank you. All right. I echo the comments of all my colleagues, and because of the hour, I won't add anything further. I'll put my heads together with Dr. Austin and we'll agendize this for a meeting sometime early in the fall.
Mr. Collins, may I make just one quick comment?
If it's brief, we have 5 minutes.
Yeah,
And
just that our log is available online. That was one of the questions that came up, and all the matters are closed for this year.
Thank you. All right. So thank you to all the people who spoke. And so the only thing we have left is board operations. Again, in the interest of time, why don't people raise hands and please be brief if you can. Ms. DeBrienza.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I got a little, you can't be heard. The one thing that I felt really important, wanted to mention was that Ms. Conaway invited us all to a July 18th and 19th Dismantling White Supremacy Culture Anti-Racism training online that I think staff is invited to. I have signed up for it, and I encourage all of us to sign up for it too, if you're around and not traveling on July 18th and 19th. That's it.
Thank you. Ms. Baden-Caswell.
Yeah, I have 2 requests. One is that I went to the county supervisors meeting last week where they talked about the Stanford community plan, and on Todd Collins's request, I made a statement for us. And a supervisor submitted and asked that it be put in writing and that we all approve it. So I guess it wasn't good enough for me to say I'm representing my board. He needs it in writing. So on Friday, I wonder if we could approve that. Comey's writing it into a document that's basically a memo. And then the other thing is that we've been asked to approve a resolution on the digital divide. There are 15,000 kids in Santa Clara County that don't have access to technology, and over 9,000 of them don't have access to internet. And the supervisors are working with the Santa Clara County School Board of Education to do something about this, and they'd like us to support it with the resolution. And the resolution's written, and I wonder if we could just have that on Friday's agenda. I can't imagine there's going to be a lot of discussion, but I'd like us to approve it. I don't know why we wouldn't want to do something about the digital divide. We have kids in our own district that are having problems with this.
Okay, I'll take it up with Dr. A.
Thank you very much. Oh, and if you want to hear, I sent you out some connections if you want to hear directly from Capital Advisors or the California Association of Suburban School Districts on what came out from Sacramento today.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands, Mr. Dorop or Mr. Dauber, anything? I got nothing. thank you, everybody, for hanging in there for a long and very full meeting. This is nominally the last regular meeting of the year, so let me thank staff and the board members for the hard work that has happened this school year. This is a year we're never going to forget, and it isn't over yet. So, but thank you. We are reaching a milestone where this is the last regular meeting of the year. That said, I look forward to seeing you all at our special meeting on Friday. So
Thank you.
with that, we're adjourned. Thank you.